Normal difficulty requires strategy, efficiency, forgives a few mistakes. Not recommended for newcomers to real-time party-based RPGs. I don't think I want to start on hard. If we find it's getting too easy, we'll jack up the difficulty. We are not doing Trial of Iron. We're gonna play normal and maybe turn it up at some point. If we get good, maybe we'll turn it up. If the feedback from viewers is solid, maybe we'll turn it up. If I end up with a ranger that's all strength and intelligence, we're not turning up the difficulty. I've got, since I'm not big on...
5 wagons grope blindly for the
we're gonna let
path
this
on
go.
the starless night. Their master glancing ever upward to the skies for assurance that he is on the right course. A dim lantern, his only protection against the encroaching darkness. But the skies bring no comfort, shining no light, betraying no hint of what they know. The caravan carries travelers bound for the frontier hamlet of Gilded Vale, you among them, where a local lord has offered land and wealth to settlers from abroad looking for a fresh start. You have taken suddenly ill, sweating and shivering, and one of the other travelers signals for the caravan master to stop on your behalf. He pulls up just in time to avoid plowing into the trunk of a fallen tree that bars the way ahead. You will go no further tonight.
Viewer input would be ME3. What's up, Dexter? How are you doing? So here's the word before we begin. Here's the word on ME3. I did make a decision on that. We're going to wait for Moonshine to update his controller mod. I'm going to let that be the deciding factor. I was waiting on it anyways. So Moonshine made the Power Wheel, took the Power Wheel out of the Xbox version, and shoehorned it into the PC version of Mass Effect 2. And he's done it for 3, but it's not finished. There's some bugs in it that I would like to avoid running into on stream if we can. So it could be any day. We won't jump into it that day, but as soon as Moonshine releases the updated controller mod, waiting on version 1C. As soon as he comes out with 1C, I'll put it on the schedule. We'll get it up there. Same thing for ME1. That's his next project. He's working on the controller mod, Power Wheel for ME1. So that's how we'll decide when ME3 comes back. And we're going to do Last of Us Grounded mode on Wednesday and Thursday. We're going to break up Pillars of Eternity into some pieces. I'd like to take our time. Don't want to rush through this. I know people can beat the game in 40 minutes. I think it's more likely we'll beat the game in 40 hours. So we're going to break it up. We'll do a couple nights of Pillars and then come back to it. So I hope that works. So we have taken... Can we scroll this? I've set up the Logitech G13 keyboard. I've mapped it out here for a lot of the party commands. And most of this is mouse-driven anyways. Isometric RPG shouldn't be a big problem for that. So this will be interesting. I've played the beginning of this. I think I've played the whole first act of this. I don't know how many acts there are. I remember a big act change. Yeah, I know, Dexter. So we're going to hold off on that just for now. No, I can. It's less pleasant. It's less pleasant for me. And eventually, if I do this, WASD, and I'm clutching a mouse, and we're playing a shooter, I end up with pain. I can't really use the marble mouse. I'm using, to avoid pain, keyboard and mouse games, I'm using a trackball. Just using a trackball. It's a pain thing. So that's the reason. I'm using the G13 and a marble mouse for keyboard and mouse games whenever I can, and doing controllers whenever that's possible, which it isn't here. It'll be the same thing for Stalker. It's one of the reasons I know Kenter's been dying to see some Stalker. I would like to play some Stalker too. I am terrified. Of the pain of playing a proper shooter, keyboard and mouse style. It's been a while. I have an old Razer mouse. I'll have to pull out the Razer mouse for Stalker. And I've already mapped out the G13 for Stalker, but still I'm a little terrified about what it's going to do if we do a long playthrough. So, I would like input. I would like a lot of input. We don't just have this one character, but I went into the options, and what you can do, you'll pick up a lot of companions in this game. We will pick up, I don't know how many, but many companions, and you can have them auto-leveled, or you can choose to build their characters up yourself. We're going to build them up. I would like a lot of input. I'm leaning towards a female human ranger, because I started my other playthrough that way. Doesn't have to be. So if you have any thoughts, and I put in a custom portrait or two that I had before that I like. We're going to spend some time right here. We won't be in the game for a little while. Proper RPG. Proper RPG. Smoke them if you got them. Grab your coffee. Sit back and relax. This game has excellent music. It should be nice and chill. And until we get moving, it's going to be slow. It's going to be a slow start. Slow burn. Slow burn. So, male, female. I could play a male character here, but I'm leaning towards female character. Surprise, surprise. Any thoughts on that? I'm sure Twitch lag won't help too much with making decisions. Nice thing is we can pause the game anytime. We can pause in combat. I won't probably pause a lot in combat to ask for combat advice as much as I will for decisions. We're going to be hopefully playing this all together, making decisions together, making or breaking this world. But I'm not seeing any feedback here, so we're going to go with a female character. And let's look at the races a little bit. Again, I'm leaning towards a female human, but let's spend a little time. Humans, commonly called folk, are the most common race in the Durwood, the Aedir Empire, Old Valia, we'll see how they pronounce that, and the Valian Republics. Though not as large as the towering Amawa. I should probably know that. I'm not a big D&D player going back. Done only a little pen and paper and some weird pen and paper offshoots, and played some D20 games, different D20 games, never played 3 and 4 D&D stuff, really, except through Dungeons & Dragons Online. I did play that. Of course, not pen and paper. So anyways, humans, though not as large as the towering Amawa, humans are known for their strength and willpower, extra resolve, extra might. The Amawa. The mighty Amawa, feel free to correct pronunciations. At some point, we'll hear characters read out all these names and we'll get them sorted. I'll get them sorted. The mighty Amawa are the largest of the Kith races and are commonly found near oceans, in or near oceans. Though not truly aquatic, they have an affinity for water, and many of their civilizations, such as Rauatai, are based on naval dominance. They're known for their unparalleled strength. We're not going to see a lot of the character art once we're in game, because the game has an isometric view, a top-down view. We're mostly going to see, they're going to be this big. It's a shame. We won't get to see this too much. We'll still fuss over it, and then we won't even get to see it very much. So humans had resolve and might. Amawa had extra might. Dwarves. By virtue of land covered and number of colonies settled, dwarves are the most well-traveled race in the world. They are commonly found in the Durwood, the Valian Republics, and almost any colonized land. Yeah, it's going to come up a lot, Dexter. It's a curse of a variety stream, really. If, if you're a speedrunner, your community is going to be built around people who like seeing you speedrun whatever you're doing. And if you're doing all action games, it'll be that. And if you're doing all role-playing games, it'll be that. But if you're a variety streamer, one day people will like what you're doing and the next day they won't. It's going to happen. I'm sorry about that. I won't be able to please everyone all the time. And we'll be doing plenty of that. I have hundreds of hours in Skyrim, and as you know, Mass Effect and Fallout. And of course with Fallout being such big news this week, we're going to be doing some Fallout. I was even thinking, probably doesn't, no, I understand completely, Dexter, and if you come and go, and I don't see you for a little while, I'm not going to hold it against you. You feel free to do whatever you like. I am happy to have you here, and I'll be happy to see you again later. If you don't want to hang around for Pillars, that is okay. I have not set up I don't know if it'll matter. I haven't set up a Twitter account for this, for streaming, to go with streaming here on Twitch, but I might do that. And it might be a good way to help inform people who are not around for a while when we're getting back to things they like. So I'll do that at some point. We'll have some notifications about what's playing when. I'll try and get a better schedule up. Maybe even, Last of Us. So, like I said, we're going to mix it up. Pillars is going to take a while, and I'm not going to try and do it in one run. I realize not everyone will want to see a slow burn RPG. Maybe no one will want to see it, except for a few. So we're going to mix it up. We're going to do Pillars tonight, probably Pillars tomorrow, Last of Us on Wednesday, Last of Us on Thursday. I think we'll finish it. If we don't, we'll finish Last of Us on Friday. Who knows? I mean, we might get to Mass Effect 3 this weekend. It really is true that Moonshine's controller mod could be out any day. If you want to go check it out, I'll throw you the link. As far as Fallout's concerned, I was toying with the idea of going all the way back to the originals. So we'll either do Fallout 3 at some point here soon, or maybe we'll try, I don't know if this is a good plan, we might go all the way back to the originals. But the original Fallout games are more like this. They're isometric RPGs. Very different. So, probably not what you're looking for. Fallout 3, we're definitely going to do it. With extra soundtracks, we're going to add in a lot of public domain tracks. We're going to add about 100 radio tracks to Fallout 3. So we'll have a good soundtrack, a good old school soundtrack. And then Vegas at some point. So I don't know. What will this weekend be? It could be Pillars. It could be Mass Effect. It could be Fallout. We'll see. So dwarves. I'm not big on playing dwarf characters. Nothing against dwarves. I don't know why I'm not big on playing dwarf characters. Closest thing I've played much of. I like to play Origins in isometric mode. Yeah, the way games have changed, it really does. We look back at the games we loved, and even if we love them, it's sometimes hard to enjoy playing them as much. This is going to work out okay, though. I mean, this is a new game. It has a lot of modern updates to the old model. Hang around for a little while. If you got a little time, let's see if we can get through character creation. Beginning of the story is very, very small and slow. We had a caravan. Our caravan has been stopped for the night, and everything will be fine. Nothing will happen to our caravan. Nothing at all. We won't be attacked. We won't be thrust into some grand adventure. No, of course not. Of course not. All right, dwarves, strength, tenacity. Let's move through the races at least. Elves. That is one ugly elf. Can we have Evo back, please? Boy, we had ugly elves in The Witcher. We've got I bet we can pretty up these elves. But we've got ugly elves so far and pillars. Well, 500 hours would burn anyone out. Very few games have I gotten anywhere near 500 hours, and the Mass Effect series is up there. Skyrim is up there. The Fallout series is up there. Those are my hundreds of hour games right there. I have Civilization 5. I've only played a little bit. It was awesome. I just haven't gotten into it. Maybe sometime. So no surprise, elves, dexterity, perception. Elves are the dominant race in Ir-Glan-Fath. Ir-Glan-Fath. We'll have to work on our pronunciations. Speed, intelligence, isolationist in nature. The Orlans. Smallest of the Kith races, though many cultures don't consider them to be civilized at all. Also notable for their large ears, two-tone skin, hirsute bodies. Orlans are commonly found in Ir-Glan-Fath. I'm gonna struggle with some of these names. They are known for their mental intensity and quickness, resolve, perception, and a hit to might. Godlike. The godlike are children of the Kith, the civilized races, who have been blessed with physical aspects associated with the gods, though some do not consider it a blessing. These aspects may take many forms and often come with mystical powers. Aberrant head shapes are typical. Godlike are unable to wear protective headgear, as it is near impossible to find anything that fits. Because of their unusual nature and their inability to reproduce, godlike are often viewed with fear and wonder. Dexterity and intellect. Not a problem, Lamia. I was not leaning towards an elf. I was leaning towards a human. I think we're going to try a human. Well, we're certainly not done. We are just beginning. So we have to pick a sub-race. And the sub-race has an effect not just on... This is all mostly for aesthetic value. This will not largely shape the story. It's just for our role-playing. And but it does affect the appearance. Meadow folk traditionally live at the edges of elven forests, working the open plains. Fighting spirit once per encounter, 5 seconds after being reduced below 50% endurance. Folk temporarily gain bonuses to accuracy and damage. So once per encounter, meadow folk can, when taking a beating, meadow folk can step it up a little bit. Yeah, mostly from playing MMOs. That's about when my trouble started, 2008, 2009. I was in a neck brace for part of 2009 or 10, and then ended up seeing doctors, neurologists, getting scans and tests and all kinds of things. And then finally, a smart physical therapist said, "Hey, dummy, quit going like this. Quit going like this." Gave me a lot of stretches, and so if I quit going like this and I do my stretches, I'm all right. But playing heavy keyboard and mouse games means going like this. Claw finger. WASD. Claw hand on the mouse. Yeah, well, exercises, yes. Lifting weights, not really. I do various... thoracic outlet. If we want to talk medicine, it's thoracic outlet. It's the nerve bundles up here getting pinched off. So I have to do stuff where I pull my shoulders back. A lot of stuff like that. Anyways. Ocean folk. Ocean folk. Kalbandra. Originated near the equator on the other side of the globe and are currently the most widespread human group in that region, but they've also migrated to the far reaches of the world. Ocean folk are the dominant culture in the Valian republics and are also common in the Durwood. They seem to have that same bonus, so I guess it's all humans have the fighting spirit bonus. Savannah folk come originally from just south of the equator, and with the exception of some groups that migrated north, have remained in the same location for over 10,000 years. The name Natlan literally means original. While quite common in Red Ceres, Savannah folk are not usually seen in the Durwood and the Valian republics. Let's try Savannah folk. Let's try Savannah folk. Feel free to throw out any thoughts on this if you'd like at any point. And when we get to bringing in companions, when we encounter companions and then have the opportunity to level them up to our level, we'll stop and see who's watching and who wants to turn our fighters into wimps and our rangers into tanks, or what we're gonna do. We'll move a little more quickly through the classes here, I think. I'm leaning towards a ranger. Rangers get an animal companion. That is part of why I want to do a ranger. Also, I found a nice custom portrait for a ranger that I like. All rangers share a strong bond with an animal companion. It's classic Dungeons and Dragons, ranger. The companion fights at the ranger's command and is extremely valuable for its ability to run interference. Yes, it is. Animal companions don't do much damage, but they have high damage reduction. The link between the ranger and companion is powerful. If one goes down in battle, the other suffers as well. So it's a very neat dynamic. If you're a fighter, you're just a fighter. But if you're a ranger, you bring an animal into combat, and the two of you are bound. And if you die, the animal suffers. If the animal dies, you suffer. It's very interesting. It's a trade. You have more. You have an extra body in combat, but you also suffer additionally through its loss. So even if you're still standing, at any rate, endurance, very low endurance for rangers. Good amount of health, but not a lot of endurance. Very accurate. Good at evasion. Just look through the others here a little bit. Barbarian. We will not be a barbarian. You can go ahead and suggest it. We're not going to be a barbarian. Carnage. When barbarians hit with melee attacks, they automatically make reduced damage attacks at all other enemies within a short distance of the target. Yep, barbarians. Endurance, health, not so accurate. Deflection, they don't need it. They just absorb the blows. We're going to meet companions and be able to bring them with us who cover a lot of these classes too. So whatever class we pick is going to overlap with someone else at some point. At least one. At least one. Chanters. Chanters. From the little I have played of this game, the first act or so, I remember a character we're going to meet who's a chanter. And I was just starting to figure out how the chanters work. It's an interesting class. Almost like a bard, in a way. It's almost like a bard. See if I can make a case of that. Starting abilities. All chanters can continuously speak chants made up of magical phrases. Phrases produce passive effects, buffs, and help build a chanter's power until she can use an invocation. So really quite a lot like bards. The chanter has to chant and sing. Keep your eyes open, Dexter. Good luck. I hope you have a ton of fun. And I will catch you a little later. So chanters, a lot like bards, they need to build up. They need to build up their power. Yeah, do you want the link, Dexter? Let me see here. Let me get you a link. You can keep an eye on it if you want. I'll show you what I'm talking about. ME3 controller mod. ME3 controller support, power wheel. And here you go. So that's the ME3 mod. We use the ME2 mod, which is on the same forum, made by the same person, and is essentially complete. You might adjust it, tweak it, but it was working fine. The only bugs we had in ME2 were some of those boxes where apostrophes and things should have been in text. ME3 has a few more bugs. Freezes in a few places. Crashes in a few places. People have reported things that haven't been fixed yet. If you look at that, if you read through, it's 13 pages, you won't want to read it all, but you can see the change log and see what he's been updating, and you'll get the idea. He's fixing things that are important to fix, and there's a few more to go. So, could be any day. He's been saying, he's been talking about a release for a week or two. Should be soon. And The Last of Us on Wednesday. So have fun in Mass Effect. I'll see you Wednesday, or tomorrow, or next week, or when the cows come home. So Chanters are very interesting, and that's what I was discovering about when I stopped playing this. And the reason I stopped playing was, keep it short, the developers patched the game and changed so many things that all the character classes were different than they were when I started the game. So I stopped, because they changed the game. So we're starting with the latest patch. All the modifications that have been made to the character classes are in place here. And Chanters have to build up their energy. What do they call it here? Their power. Build up a Chanter's power. After a point where they have been chanting throughout combat, they can unleash some seriously powerful spells. They just can't do it right away. And as with a lot of traditional Dungeons and Dragons casting, you don't have a mana bar that refills. It doesn't work that way. You have a number of casts either per encounter or per rest. We're going to have to rest to get spells back, and some things will be available to us each time we fight, and then again and again. But they all have limitations. We won't just be able to throw out fireballs or whatever. We could throw out a few, and then we'll have to rest. So Chanters are different. They don't have limits on what they can cast. They don't have 4 casts of whatever it is they're going to do. They simply have to build and maintain their power, and then they can cast these incredible spells. I might like to play a Chanter sometime. I don't know, we could play a Chanter now, but we are going to meet one. And now that I know a little bit about what a Chanter is, I think that'll probably be the Chanter we need. Or is she a Cipher? I might just be screwed up in the head here and thinking of a Cipher, not a Chanter, but they're... Now I'm a bit confused, so we'll get there. I know the character I'm thinking of, I just don't recall if she's a Chanter or a Cipher. Soul Whip. I think she's a Chanter. I think she was a Chanter. Ciphers directly target allies and enemies with soul-focused effects. They cost focus, which they build up through use of Soul Whip. Druids. I like Druids. I don't know about in this game, but I like Druids as a class in general. When DDO added the Druid class, I went back and played some more DDO and built up a Druid character. That was a lot of fun. Another animal, another class that's tied to the animal world quite closely. In this case, rather than an animal companion, Druids shift into an animal, become an animal. All Druids have mastered one animalistic form. These forms give the Druid strong melee abilities and grant an additional power when the Druid is shifted. Some offensive, some support spells. Classic fighters. Constant recovery, that's nice. Regenerating anything is nice. Monks. Paladins. Paladins tend to have rules. I mean, in Dungeons and Dragons, Paladin is a class that depends not just on faith, but on alignment. So a Paladin shouldn't... I don't know if an evil Paladin can exist. I think that's a contradiction in terms, but generally Paladins, they have to follow... they have to be quite upstanding. They have to follow all sorts of rules. And in this game... here it is, reputations the Paladin gains relative to the behaviors that are preferred by his or her order. So for a paladin, what you are supposed to be is going to matter even more when you make decisions. People will look strangely at you if you're a paladin running around stealing things or beating people up. Priests, kind of like a cleric class, right? Priests, healers, somewhat sufficient in combat, self-sufficient, at least traditionally, but not very powerful. A very sustainable healer class. Rangers will be, I think, going with the ranger. Rogues always do a tremendous amount of damage. Pretty much any role-playing game, rogues, high damage, low defense. So low endurance, low health, very high accuracy, low deflection. Stealth is a big part of this game. You can sneak around, set up your combat the way you want if you can sneak in and do that. You don't need to be a rogue to sneak, but rogues will do a better job. And straight up wizards. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. So we're going with the ranger. Ranger abilities. We get to start with either wounding shot, hobble the enemy, does some damage, but slows the enemy's movement. Marked prey designates a single target as prey, giving both the ranger and the animal companion a damage bonus. You can do it once per encounter. So for the usefulness of that is every battle we get into, if we need to single someone out and take them down fast, that will help. That will help. Hobbling shot, wounding shot to hobble, 2 per encounter. I think we'll start with Marked Prey. We'll probably end up with both. But wounding shot, I don't know that right off the bat we're going to need to stop the movement of encroaching and approaching enemies. Now this is a big one. What's our animal companion going to be? I'll tell you right now, it's going to be a wolf. We can talk about it, but I'm not going to take a lot of extra input on this one, even if there was some offered. Antelope, bear, boar, and there are differences. Lions, terrifying roar. Of course, stag companion. For the Harry Potter fans, stags can activate a melee attack that does damage to all enemies in a small area around the main target. That would be useful. These are all probably good companions. But being a fan of huskies and wolves, we must. Wolf animal companions do high damage and can more easily avoid disengagement attacks. At some point we'll talk about what disengagement is. It's one of the things that this game has that the classic Infinity Engine games didn't have, that people have complained a lot about. There's a lot of argument about whether or not that was a good addition. We won't talk about it now. We'll get back to it. Wolf is probably not the best companion tactically because the companion is not meant to do a lot of damage. They're meant to be more of a distraction, tactical. And the wolf is the companion that probably does the most damage, which is almost a contradiction. Your companion is not intended for damage, but the companion we're picking is. So that doesn't work so well. But we got to go with wolf. We'll deal with that. We could get superior defenses from our companion. We could get damage reduction. We could get specialized damage increases, situational. Stuns. I assume that's a stun, the roar. Or an area attack. So each of these companions offers something different, and we're going with wolf because they are cool. Name your companion. Oh darn. I need a keyboard. Besides the G13. What are we going to name our companion? Our wolf. Tell you what. We are going to name our character very similarly to our wolf when we get there. So 15 points to spend on a ranger. done us a small favor. They've given us some hints as to a classic Ranger build. You better build up your might. You better build up your dexterity. You're also going to need perception. You're also going to need intellect. You won't need as much health or resolve. So things like concentration and will and deflection, defenses. So why does the Ranger need so much might? Highly recommended for Ranger. Might represents physical, spiritual strength, brute force, ability to channel magic. You can use might to intimidate people, but it contributes directly to damage and healing and fortitude defense. So even as a Ranger, we need might for damage. Whereas dexterity sometimes is used for damage. Sometimes is used for damage. It does not appear to be here. In combat, it affects action speed with all attacks, all spells, all abilities, and contributes to reflex. So we are going to want a lot of dexterity, but not because it will help us kill things. It will help us, well, it will help us kill things faster, not harder, more effectively. Perception in combat contributes to deflection, reflex, bonus to interrupt. Interrupt is important. We're going to be fighting lots, and we will have the opportunity to disrupt enemy actions. So if we go that way, interrupt can be very useful. Logic and reasoning. In combat, intellect contributes to will, defense, and influences durations for all abilities and talents. So I don't directly see how that's going to help the Ranger too much, but we'll learn. We'll learn. Let's at least take those up a little. Even though Constitution is not, although it is not used much in interactions, it's sometimes checked to withstand pain, other ordeals, affects maximum health and endurance, contributes to fortitude. So it's not even recommended here for a Ranger. We're going to want to not get hit as much as possible. If we are getting swarmed, we're going to die, I think is what they're trying to tell us. Don't bother pumping up your health. You'll never have enough. You won't be a tank, no matter what you do. So let's do a tiny bit anyways. Might, dexterity. Change my mind. I'm going to go might, dexterity, and perception. And put a little bit into intellect. Culture. Again, this is role-playing. We're not really getting much from this. +1 something. The Aedir Empire is currently the largest and most powerful force in this part of the world. Colonies in numerous areas. At its heart houses the majority of, Greater Aedir is at its heart and houses the majority of its humans and elven nations. Deadfire Archipelago. It is the last stop for anyone headed east. A multitude of monstrous sea creatures infest the ocean beyond, making travel virtually impossible. Plains. One of the oldest cultures in the world. One of the least imperialistic. Spread out very little over the past several thousand years. Old Valia. Once the crown jewel of the southern seas, Old Valia is now crumbled. The crumbled remnants of an empire of warring merchant nations. Many humans, many dwarfs. The old Valian countries are still forces to be reckoned with. The Rauatai. dominated by Amawa. Young countries, land of riches and resources, and a coast that's often pummeled by violent storms. The Living Lands. I like the sound of this already. The Living Lands is the mountainous region of a large northern island, renowned for its diversity of plant and animal life. Its weather is unpredictable, and its ecosystems vary dramatically from valley to valley. The Living Lands are home to an assortment of races and a variety of colonial and independent settlements. I like that. The White That Wends. A large, cracked southern expanse of polar ice. The White That Wends is home to pale elves and small colonies of daring explorers, outcasts, and adventurers. While virtually no plant life grows in the White, it is home to many hardy species of dangerous animals that forage from the sea or prey upon each other to survive. I'm thinking Living Lands. We're going to go with the Living Lands. Mountainous region, diversity of plant and animal life, unpredictable weather, assortment of races, and a bonus to might, which we do want as a ranger. Background. Part of a group founded a fledgling colony. You find the siren call of the horizon irresistible. Laborer. Your life has been spent in the study of your craft. Athletics, mechanics. We get any pop-ups here? Athletics. So an example of athletics real quick. We, from the first act that I've played, I've seen one good example of it, and I'm sure there are more I missed. We will actually reach places with cliffs or vines or terrain that only if we have enough athletics will we be able to climb. So lots of things will be available to us or not based on these skills. Not the +1, but bigger numbers. Laborer, merchant, drifter, Living Lands drifter. I like the sound of that. Stealth and survival. More comfortable on the road, traveling the world. So we will want stealth. Survival, make better use of the food and potion items they find. Longer duration. Also in conversations. Hunter. Same bonuses, different story. You live for the thrill of the chase. Mercenary. Blade and battle is your way of life. Solve your problems by pulling out your weapon and applying force. Scientist. Ranger scientist. The rules that govern the world are a set of alchemical formulae to you, waiting to be discovered and manipulated. Drifter. Drifter. Feel like a drifter. Alright, we're going to be changing this portrait. Well, we're going to be changing a number of things. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of customization. This is something I wish was better. 4 heads. Really, we have 4 heads we can pick from. 4. It's pretty sad there. That. Hair and etc. I'll tell you what though, we'll figure this out. Primary colors, gonna sucker for purple here. We're gonna probably do our whole team up in purple and black, so they'll be matched, just a little bit matched. Hair, God, hardly matters here. Let me see if I can find the portrait I added. The portraits which we will see throughout the game, this is what we will see more of than anything else. This is a portrait I've added, this one right here. It's supposed to be a human ranger wearing a wolf skin, some sort. And we are not going to be able to make the character look like her. It just won't be possible. But I guess we could get in the ballpark. I don't know. Something like that. Something basic. Dark hair, simple face. You don't get a lot of choices. It's a little bit Too much like a Revlon commercial. What's that last one? This looks a little weird and piled up. Kind of works. Almost. Again, looks a little bit like a shampoo commercial. And even though that doesn't match the picture, I kind of like that. We're going to be staring at the top of this character's head, not the face. We're not going to see this, we're going to see this. I don't know. That works. Maybe it'll be easy to spot her with the gold hairband. Skin tone's fine. So, yeah, doesn't she look just like the picture? Okay. Voice. Now, we gotta pick a good voice. I guess there aren't a whole lot. We've got 5. We could put a male voice on our female character, really?
Oh?
I've got this.
Apparently we could.
My eyes are peeled. I'm here.
No, we are not a noble.
Follow me.
Stoic.
Keeping quiet. Yeah?
I think stoic will work.
Now I am leader of the group.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They won't see me coming.
They won't see me coming. No, we're not going with sinister. Let's go back and check mystic and feisty.
Yes. I shall lead us. Ha!
Fine, but doesn't work. Doesn't work for a ranger.
My eyes are peeled. I've got this.
I've got this. I think feisty or stoic.
Steady does it.
Stoic, yeah, we're stoic. Done deal. Steady does it. So, even though most of my characters and that is not the right keyboard. What have I done? Hopefully nothing. Hopefully nothing. Even though most of my characters are going to start with J names, this is the character I had started this game with. I made a female ranger, Liege, and a wolf companion, Liege. Or I haven't really said it out loud, so I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Liege and Liege. We've got a pair. Wow. Well, that was only 50 minutes, and we're ready to start the game. So, I'm assuming no one is watching anymore, because that was a long character creation, and it could have been longer. If I haven't put you to sleep yet, Lamia, that's probably a miracle. Let's begin. May need to shrink the camera or something if it obstructs too much. We'll play around with it as we go. Caravan Master Odema. The Caravan Master finishes addressing the group, his bushy red mustache and sagging jowls quivering as if for emphasis.
Everybody stays close to the wagons, got it? Stay out of the woods, and beasts take you if you were planning a stroll through those ruins up there.
He nods towards a looming black mass on the hillside.
Whole area's crawling with hut-dwelling types who would be happy to stick an axe in you for trespassing. So mind that you don't track mud on their sacred blazing rocks. Tonight, everybody stays put, and in the morning we'll get the path cleared. Gilded Vale's less than a day out. Understood?
At last, the Caravan Master turns to you, frowning as he looks you over.
Touch of the rumbling rot, could be. There's a stinging beetle round here, carries it. You'll be fine once it passes your innards. Unless you don't drink water, of course. In which case you'll be dead in a day. There's a berry grows in these parts, small and pink, called a springberry, about the size of a fingernail. Give you cramps if you eat it, but the frontiersmen make a tea from it. Calms the insides. Should get you through the night. You might check around, see if you can find some. Meanwhile, I'll see if we can scare you up some water.
So apparently we're sick. The caravan is stopped. we're sick. We've been warned not
I know
to.
you want to hunt before it gets much darker, but see about refilling our water first. Got a sick one here.
He nods in your direction. Sparfel nods and slides the worn bow over his shoulder.
They grow on a bush that's common round here, kind of funny looking. You'll know it when you see it. Doubt you'd have to go far off the road to find one.
What are those ruins?
Nothing you won't see on half the hills of Air Glonfoth. Money to be made selling their knickknacks in Defiance Bay, if you don't mind getting stuck with Glonfoth and arrows now and again. They didn't build them, but I'll be the effigy if they don't watch them like a mother bear. Of course, all the ones around here have been ransacked 10 times over. Got nothing left worth half a pawn, so I hear.
So a little pop-up here is reminding us that everything about us, our attributes, skills, class, race, culture, sex, everything may open up different dialogue options. So the choices we have are going to depend on who and what we are and what we become. So whatever we are now, we are going to be growing and changing, and then we will have options based on that. Not necessarily superior to other responses, but a wider variety of choices. Who did build the ruins?
Got different names for them. Settlers called them Ingwithans. Nobody that liked them enough to stop them becoming ruins, tell you that much.
And the abundantly stupid question, is it dangerous out here?
Not if you hurry about your business,
Sure.
and not if the weather holds up.
What kind of weather do they get out here?
This time of year, rain mostly, and wind. But there's a different kind of wind out here time to time. Locals call it a Beowick, born out of the ether, the spirit's path. Never seen it myself, never care to.
Gee, you think we're going to see a Beowick? Dun dun dun. What are these huge rocks coming up out of the ground?
They don't got Adra where you come from? Well, it just grows up out of the ground like this. Goes deep like tree roots. Some of it all the way to the heart of the world, you believe the stories. It's more like a shell than a proper rock. Easier to work if you're a mason. Got all kinds of strange properties. Seems to have some kind of life of its own. Dies if it gets dug up. Loses its luster. Folks think it probably grew at one point or another, but not these days. The soul butchers in Defiance Bay use it for different things. I've heard tell it can hold a man's soul, but I don't care to see it. Got enough to worry about without seeing something like that.
I'll go see about those berries then.
Hold on. Take someone with you. I know you're not some helpless tenderfoot, not like most of this lot. But you drop dead, I don't want to be looking for the body. Got a schedule to keep.
He scans over the travelers, resting his eyes at length on a sturdy, armor-clad woman who has spent the journey's nights sleeping on uneven ground, without blanket or pillow.
Kalisha. Kalisha!
The woman looks up, on her own time. She needs to find some spring berries. Watch that she doesn't drop dead.
No promises.
What kind of guide says something like that?
Kind you can afford.
So there will be these weird cuts where an NPC is speaking their dialogue and then suddenly stops. And it will just be on screen. I will try to read as much or all of that as possible. Where the NPCs don't speak, I will try to fill in the blanks. And I will probably regret that. But we're going to try.
Don't listen to her. You're in good hands. And I pay too well, if anything.
He casts a sidelong glance at her.
Off with you. Hayden should have supplies. See that you're equipped before you head out. We're in harsh country. Get your berries and hurry back. And if you get so much as a tickle of wind, you drop everything and you run. Something in the air tonight. If it's a Beowick, we'll shelter in the ruins. Hut dwellers be damned.
We've been warned about the ruins already. Don't mess with the ruins. And if you sense a wind, run.
You heard the man. Let's get going before you keel over.
And the game begins. Welcome to Pillars of Eternity. If this is your first visit, you may want to watch these windows to become familiar with the tools and interfaces. Yep, we're going to do some of that. Even though I've played the first act, since I'm not a veteran of Infinity Engine games, I will take all the All the refreshers, reminders, and tips I possibly can. Your party always consists of your character and up to 5 others. While the caravan is camped outside the Glenfathan ruins, Odema has assigned Kalisha to help you. She is a fighter, class that excels at close quarters defense. There's lots of ways to select party members. Let me see. I have mapped out this whole keyboard, and it'll take me probably tonight's playthrough to get really comfortable with the key map I set up. Camera movements, camera pans when you get to the edge. I've got separate camera pans. Just checking a few things here. Got pause on hand in 2 places. We can move the camera another way. What else do we have here? Got inventory. Journal. Character sheet. What we got here? Sort of like a point and click. We get to highlight things in the environment so we know where all we are going. Can go. Cancel action. Okay. Yeah, you can actually attack things that you're not meant to attack. I'm not sure we can attack these people, but generally you could attack things that are not meant to be attackable. And stealth. Yeah, I'm going to use the stealth a lot. Where's my stealth? Scouting mode is used for both stealth and finding hidden objects. If you actually touch the selection circle of a character with your own, you will immediately be detected. Shh. So, we are clearly detected. Stealth. Shh. No stealth. We have here rest window. Nope, we're not resting.
Right.
Alright, so there's my wolf companion, Liege. There we are, Liege. And is that Kalisha? Yes, we got Kalisha here. So we can run around freely. And select everyone and move them as a group. We're going to end up setting up formations. So we can put them in a line so that when we move, everybody stacks in a line. Put them in a different formation. And once we have a full party, that'll make a big difference. Of course, our class is terrible for being in the front. So at some point, we'll make custom formations and put ourselves at the back. May as well do that now. Kalisha at the front, Wolf in the middle, us at the back, sure. So then if we move with that formation, Kalisha, our tank, will be in the front. And and the Wolf will be between us and the enemies too. I think we're going to start with that. We have a quick save here, don't we? Quick save. So, I get used to where a few things are. Journal, moment's respite, collect some spring berries. Journey to the Gilded Vale. And we've stopped and we need berries. What about a map? What do we have for a map here? We must have a map. Map M. Do I have the map mapped? Is it possible that I don't? That would be overlooked then. So the map will reveal itself as we move about. The world map. Here's the world map. Are we shown on the world map? I believe we're somewhere up here near Silent Lease. We're heading to the Gilded Vale. So we're in this corner. And we zoom this map out. Is there no zoom? At any rate, this town is huge. This city is huge. Defiance Bay. When we make it to Defiance Bay, it's divided practically into separate cities. These sections are very large. And I think when I played it before, I made it in this first act, made it down to Defiance Bay, over to Dryford Village. I did not get to Twin Elms, and there are various things that will open up on the map as well. We were supposed to talk to someone. Supposed to talk to someone I don't see. What was his name?
I've got it.
Lockpick failed. Requires 1 mechanics. Or 0 mechanics and 1 lockpick. We have neither. Clothing. Let's see. Fast mode. Where do I... There is a way to run faster. We'll be using that a lot too. Fast mode. I have map 2. Oh, I know what I've got at map 2. Potion, regen, coin. Okay. So the big ones for me, I need select all party members. What do I have for that? We're going to be doing a lot of select all party members. A lot of fast mode. You can see we're going to run a lot faster.
Anyone need supplies?
There he is.
I've got sundries for sale.
So I couldn't see his name. He was just a little off to the side. Heoden. You see a man wearing a simple but mostly neat clothes. Wearing simple but mostly neat clothes. He's transfixed, however, by a ragged tear in the seam of his tunic.
Brought a whole wagon full of goods to sell, but not enough shirts for the road.
He scratches one cheek with his knuckles. It's covered with uneven stubble, as if he hasn't quite gotten used to shaving on the road.
Say, is there anything you need? I've got some basic traveling supplies for sale if you'd like to take a look. I'm a trader, originally from the Adir Empire, but I've been trying to establish new business out here. Life on the road has brought some unexpected challenges, to be sure. And I'm sure you've noticed how prickly the locals can be. But we're here to make the most of things, right?
If you think those caravanners are prickly, watch out for those axe wielders Adima mentioned. He laughs. That's excellent advice, indeed. You now have 1 rank in a disposition. These reputations represent how people perceive your personality throughout the world. Even seemingly nasty reputations will be favored by some people. Benign reputations will often bring out the worst in certain people. So playing it good doesn't make everyone like you. Some people will hate you if you're good and love you if you're bad. The other way around. No disposition is inherently good or bad in Pillars of Eternity. But if your main character is a priest or a paladin, you must be careful not to misalign their dispositions with what their deity wants, essentially.
Something else you need? Looks like we're settled for the night.
Tell me about the Adir Empire.
It's not as big as it used to be, but it's still big. The mainland is a continent northwest of here, but the colonies used to include Rayed Saris and the Deerwood. About 150 years ago, Deerwood won its independence from the Empire. A fact our companions are quick to remind me of.
He gives you a lopsided grin and nods at the other scattered caravanners. Let's see what you've got. Though we have no money, stores allow you to trade and sell your items. Of course, stores are stores. Rest supplies, we'll need lots of those. Lockpicks. We don't have much money. Lockpicks we'll need, I'm sure. We'll need someone who can really use them well, too. Someone with mechanics. Well, anyways, we can't really buy much. I guess we could buy 2 lockpicks, right? Can we afford 3? Just? Nope. We can't. We cannot. How about 2? We can afford 2 lockpicks. Oh, I took 2 off. Whatever. We'll take 1 lockpick, just because we wanted to buy something. Exploration is key. Check the map to see what where you've been to and where you're going. And some of what we'll be doing, we'll actually be going into sneak mode with fast mode active, and we'll leave our party and we'll scout a little bit and we'll do stuff like that. I'm probably going to want to remap these keys, but I won't do it during the stream. We'll remap stuff. I'll decide
I'll have
later.
your water soon enough. Stream's not going anywhere.
So we're sick. We need berries. Little intro quest, get berries for a potion. And this guy's supposed to be getting the water. He is supposed to be getting the water. And we are supposed to be going where? Collect some spring berries, make a remedy. Did he tell us where we're going for that? I don't recall. I was thinking of streaming this game in 1080, and I may even try that tomorrow. I would probably up the bitrate a little bit. But because these environments are all hand-drawn and they're so crisp, it'd be nice if you could see them in greater detail. So that's an option. I might do that.
We shouldn't stray too far.
This path winds through a narrow canyon, back the way you came. Grooves in the road mark the passage of hundreds of caravans. Okay, so that's the way we came in.
Let's check by those outcroppings.
And our very first battle. Young Wolf. Pillars of Eternity combat uses a pausable real-time system. Because you will manage more than one character at a time, it's a good idea to pause, issue orders, and resume. So, nothing fancy. Let's just dive in. First battle, see how it goes. Everybody attack. One of your characters has been engaged. When they're engaged, they will stop moving. If they move again... So, this is disengagement. Disengagement was added to this game and was not part of the games this was based on. You take miserable penalties if you try and run away or reposition in combat. Terrible penalties. And a lot of people don't like that because as a tactical RPG where you place your characters matters. You want to flank things, you want to position everyone, and during combat very likely reposition everyone. And yet in this game there are severe penalties for moving in combat. Disengagement, they call it. It's miserable. It's one big downside to all of this. There are mods for the game that remove disengagement. And they probably make the game too easy since it was built with disengagement in mind. We'll try not to worry about it. We'll see how it goes. Alright, we're getting a little heavy on the tutorials here. They're laying out all the combat rules. Damage reduction, this, that. Try switching weapons. Most enemies are strong against something and weak against another. Can we attack, or are you going to give us 10 more tutorials? So we can decide who gets what. I don't know if we can move stuff here, but we can definitely decide who gets what when we're picking it up.
This is it.
Oh. Well, I guess we found the spring berries already. Kalisha. You're kind of a mystery to the rest of the caravan. Just some kind of wanderer, the way I hear it. You have to be when people are looking for you. Yeah? How is it you happen to come here, she says. They think I have something that belongs to them. Something they're pretty intent on getting back. Or I crossed dangerous people I couldn't stick around. I don't know why they're looking for me, and I don't care to find out. Well, I don't know that any of these are really true. Except that. I don't know why they're looking for me. Well, we've all got things we'd like to leave behind. God knows I do. Gods know I do. I'll tell you that. Here's hoping they never track us down. Kalisha breathes in her surroundings. Been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Redrick's offer makes a girl think. I'll give him that. You here to settle like the rest of the lot? I hadn't given it much thought. No harm in that. Might as well see the place first. So, you must have some other plan in mind for coming this way. Looking for friends, getting into trouble, about just looking for some adventure, really. Should hook up with an expedition. Some of the bigger towns send regular groups out to unexplored places, long as you don't mind a little danger. Anyways, I'm wasting time here. Odima will give me an earful. Let's be on our way. Oh, why are you here, Kalisha? Kalisha sighs unevenly. Her eyes search the ground at her feet. My sister moved out here some time back. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried. But that's how she always is. This time, though, she asked me to come out. And that got me a little worried. I haven't seen her in ages. Been doing guide work in Xamatil. But I'd do anything for her. She's a much better woman than me. So I'm here, and we'll see. Odima I've worked with before. He doesn't usually drive a route this way, but he's doing it for me. Tell me about yourself. I've got simple needs. I like open skies and far horizons. I find work that lets me live that way. My family wanderers too. My family wanders too. Boy, I'm doing great with the dialogue so far tonight, huh? We started in Durwood, but my parents ended up in the Living Lands. I've got a brother in Rauatai and another in Adir. My sister in Gilded Vale. She's the only real homebody. Can you tell me about the Deerwood? I'm not much for history, but from what I know, it used to be a part of the Adir Empire. Broke off after a war some years back. The locals here are feisty, and that's how they like it. I've been out of touch, but I've been hearing weird things about it lately. People having trouble giving birth, I guess. A lot of them. Been going on for years now, but somehow it's getting worse. With an uneasy tremor in her voice, she adds, I'll have to ask my sister more about it. All right, let's get back to camp. You know, I wouldn't hold my breath that Sparfle's getting you water anytime soon. He does what he feels like, when he feels like it. We should check up on him first. Slap him around a little. The stream's just down that way. Come on, let's get you your water. Boy, I really wish I'd mapped a key for the map. Mapped key for the map. Probably can't, we can't just cross the water.
What a surprise.
Okay. You crouch at the riverbank and dip your water skin into the cool water while Kalisha waits nearby, keeping watch. As you rise, you notice her look up sharply towards the tree line. Out of the trees emerges Sparfle, one of the guides, barely discernible in the dim moonlight. He no longer carries his bow, and there is a strangeness to his gait, his stride wobbly as he moves towards you with labored breath.
Sparfle, are you all right?
Sparfle's toe catches on a rock, and he collapses forward in a heap, the feathered shaft of an arrow planted between his shoulders like an enemy flag.
ambush!
Ambush. So, 2 people. That's one hell of an ambush. Glenfathan Hunter, Glenfathan Hunter. So what we'll do our first little split here. We'll send Kalisha to attack one of them, and we will... Lej and I will go after the other. And we'll go ahead and mark this target for some extra damage. They're warning us about damage reduction and damage types and etc. So somehow Kalisha ignored this request. Kalisha, go get on the other guy. Hold on. So what do I have for my party selection? Select all. Nope. Select all. How about that? Hello. Come on, everyone.
Come on, we have to get back to camp.
So we can actually request that they go back to camp without even... We don't have to micromanage the movement. We can path all the way to another area. But it will stop if we run into people on the way, and we did. And we did. And it looks like Kalish is not even with us, so that's bad. Let's move back here.
No good.
Kalish is not even with us. Yeah, I need to... This is my select all. This is my whole party. What's 18? Ah, alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some remapping. This may actually go very badly, because my fighter's not here. Come on. Hurry up. Kalisha. Kalisha, please. So at the very beginning, there won't be a whole lot of tactics until we have more skills, more companions, and a better control. And then we'll start positioning people and sneaking into battles and doing a lot more of that. Looks like our camp has been wiped out. All around you lie the massacred remains of the other travelers, peppered with arrows and knife hilts, splayed and bug-eyed and filthy. Kalisha puts the back of her left hand to her mouth as if to ward away some poisonous vapor. A handful of dark figures stands above the fallen, treading on limbs and backs and heads, jerking their axes from bodies as if from half-split logs. One of them, towering and severe with a thick beard tasseled with knots, holds a wet blade at the neck of the man you recognize as Hayodin, the last of your caravan left standing. Lay down your arms, trespasser. Do not forfeit this man's life for a fight you will lose. So how do we respond? Why have you done this? We have not trespassed. I don't know what they did, but I didn't have anything to do with it. Murderers, you'll pay for each life. You'll try to kill us either way. Well, the truth is, we're trying to pass through. We have not trespassed. We merely wish to pass through. Your words carry no weight when I have seen the truth with my own eyes. Blood must be paid for this intrusion. So I say again, lay down your arms. Hayodin, do not trust them. They mean to kill us all. And you can see we have all these different choices that we cannot make because we don't have enough intellect or resolve or athletics or intellect again. Let's see. We did. We're a ranger. And yeah, human, ranger. With a wolf companion. And some of the finer points, the role playing, I'd have to double check. Did we pick? We started in the Living Lands, and I think we're Plains folk from the Living Lands. Sort of a contradiction there. Well, Surusaba, have you played this before? We weren't actually, as a ranger, you know, I don't even know if the priest or the paladin, if you actually pick a specific alignment or if it's dictated somewhat for you in those two cases. But no, we were not asked to choose an alignment or morality. It'll be determined by our actions more than anything else. The disposition, we'll get disposition one way or another based on what we do. If you're asking what I'd like to do, what I think, I'm looking for input. I don't usually like playing evil characters. I try to avoid that. I'm a bit of a pushover, a bit of a goody two-shoes, and it doesn't have to stay that way. We can mix it up. But I don't want to play an evil character, really. I don't want to be a complete ass. How about this? I lean towards chaotic good. If you're asking that, that's what I would lean towards, chaotic good. But we'll have to see. Only a fool attacks a weak enemy while a stronger one yet lives. Sounds like a taunt. Your courage is a mask. None of you has yet slain a true warrior. Only a fool attacks a weak enemy while a stronger one yet lives. The man considers this, looking you up and down. Yet. He shoves Heodin toward you. As he does so, the man rakes his blade against Heodin's torso. Heodin screams and stumbles forward, a wide gash in his clothing beginning to bloom crimson. The man sets his feet to engage you, his axe raised high. One hunter, one leader, and one hunter. And Heodin is now he's wounded, and he has bruised ribs, fortitude hit, constitution hit, and he's already a bit fatigued. But let's initially get everyone on target. What I'd like to do is have two of us go to pick off someone else. Let's see if I got this right here. So I'm going to be shooting at this guy, and my wolf is working on this guy. Meanwhile, Kalisha and Heodin should turn to the leader, but I don't know if Heodin's going to be able to pull into range. Yep, there he goes. So leader's being attacked, and we're working on the hunter. And meanwhile, the hunter is beating on my wolf. All right, so Liege and Lage, we've taken down a hunter. Meanwhile, Kalisha and Heodin have taken down the leader. Or everything. Someone took down the other hunter, so your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise. His companions now silent among the other dead. His breath comes in wheezing, fitful gasps. He looks not at you, but at the sky above you. Forgive us. Barely audible beneath his choked sighs, a whisper of wind stirs the air. At this, the man's eyes roll back as he closes them. Good, good. The gods are just. A queer smile crosses his face. I am ready. The wind begins to swell, whipping around the camp, electric and volatile, upending pots and rattling tents like an angry spirit. You can feel it begin to seep beneath your skin, and where it pierces you, it feels as though it's rending you apart from within. seated against a wagon wheel, amidst the howling maelstrom, slashed across the chest and bowel, Odima's body stirs, and with great effort he raises his sagging head. His eyes barely open, he looks directly at you.
Get inside! Run!
Straining against the gale that threatens to pull you off of your feet with every step, you set your hands in the worn folds of weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up the precipice. With a last burst of energy before your arms give out, you swing yourself up onto the ledge. Hayden trails behind, slowed by injury and delayed by early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rocks, one of the fallen attackers who had been feigning death lunges for Hayden and topples him onto the rocky ground. Restrained, Hayden lashes out against his fatigued assailant, but struggles to break his hold. They are close to you. From your position, you would have a good chance at hitting your mark. Do you fire at the attacker? Make a dexterity roll and grab a rock and hurl it at the attacker. Allow Hayden to break free on his own. We're going to give him some help, of course. We'll use the skill we've got. Grab a rock, hurl it at the attacker. Your aim is true, and the hit jars Hayden loose. Lurching to his feet, Hayden clambers up the base of the rocks. As he nears the top, however, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands free. But diving out onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it. Securing his other hand, you pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Hayden to set his feet and join you on the trembling ledge. There is a deep resonance to the swelling wind now. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet and inside the cavity of your own chest, as though it would shake the marrow from your bones. Each new gust menaces the old stones before you, loosening connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fall beneath its own weight.
Was that?
Was that what?
A Bewick. Had to be.
Then we're lucky to be alive.
And we're the only ones.
Oh, we missed something. Hayden's jaw tightens. He nods. Can we go back and see that? What did we miss here? She eyes the ragged slash across Hayden's belly. Can you walk? Oh, we can't stay here. There could be another collapse. We're not getting out that way anyways. Let's get further inside. Can you walk? She says to Hayden. So, the ruins of Silant Lys. I have narrowly escaped the strange and deadly wind that tore through the valley, but now I'm trapped in the ancient ruins that the caravan master told us to stay clear of. I will have to find my way through. A lower level of the ruins has been blocked off by fallen rubble.
Sure.
Let's update our, let's update our formation here. How did the wolf end up in front?
That should be far enough. But what now?
We look for another way out. Storm has to die sometime.
What happened out there? Kalisha shakes her head. Windstorm. Of a kind they only get in Ir Glanfath. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glanfathan word is Bewick. To them it's the gods' way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their own way out. But they'll take a living soul as soon as a dead one. Still got yours? Who attacked us? Glanfathans. Those would be the hut dwellers Odima warned you about. Look to be fangs of Galawain, who are the twitchiest of the lot. They go ruin to ruin, looking for fights with colonists. Poor Adema. I think he half expected this once we lost the main road. The Glenfathan said we trespassed in the ruins. I don't believe that. Adema would never allow it. But as much as the Fangs are hotheads, Glenfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something and got the wrong idea, or... She glances down at the passage beyond. Or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. What about everyone else in the caravan? Kalicia's lips press together and her chin rumples. Her voice is faint. The wheels got hold of them now. She looks up. Gods grant them better luck in their next lives. You don't seem too upset about all this. Kalicia looks you in the eye, a volatile current running beneath her voice. Maybe you just don't know me enough to know what upset looks like. And maybe I've seen worse, too. Seen worse and kept on walking. Because there's nothing else to be done. Because there's other people you care about who still need you. Remember, she's looking for her sister. Let's get going. Heoden takes a step forward and his knee buckles. Before anyone can catch him, he stumbles to the ground, his cheek striking the time-worn cobbles. On unsteady legs, he claws his way up the wall and back to his feet, but his stance is shaky, like a sailor walking on land after a time at sea.
Could we maybe stay here and rest a few hours? I've lost some blood. It seems quiet off to the left. Might be a place to rest there.
You've discovered some camping supplies, so you actually do need supplies to camp. There'll be a lot of that.
I hate to say this, but we can't afford to stay put. Those Glenfathans were riled about something. Could be we got company in here. Looters will be armed and ready to kill, and there's probably a lot of them. We can't be caught sleeping in their beds.
He wants to stay, she wants to go.
Please, I just need to lie down for a while. Then we can move as fast as you want.
Maybe you didn't hear me. We are gonna die in here if we don't get moving and get this place figured out before the looters come back. We've either got to find the exit or a damn good place to hide.
Should we stay or should we go now? If we go, there could be trouble. And if we stay, it might be double. So that's the question. Should we stay or should we go now? What do you think? Sorry about that. I won't call that singing, but I'll apologize anyway. Sorry about that. Had to happen. Should we stay or should we go now? I have played the first act of this game, so this is all the introduction, but I do know what happens. Anybody want to throw something out there? Should we stay and let Heoden try to heal up, rest up, or should we head out now? There may be looters in here with us, but we do have a place to rest. I won't count on getting feedback when I ask these questions. I'll ask and take a look at chat and hang on for a little while and then make a decision. Lamia says go. Should we stay or should we go now? We shall go. Well, that's all I needed to hear. Kalicia's right. We have to press on. We don't know what we're up against. Oh, now we got a conflict. Now we got a conflict here. Well, Morgan's Fist, welcome. Welcome. Lamia beat you to it this time. Stay and heal him up or go. Well, we're going to go with Lamia since she beat you to it, but there's going to be a lot of decisions, so Kalicia's right. We have to press on. We don't know what we're up against.
I'll do my best.
Heoden looks like he's been struck. So Heoden said to the left there was a camping area. Did we really get supplies? Did we actually get camping supplies? We have one set of camping supplies. You can switch to new weapon sets. That's right. Weapon sets?
Yeah?
Weapon sets, that's right. We don't have much in the way of weapon sets yet. Lamia wins by knockout.
Huh?
So who's what? What is Kalisha using? She's using a battle axe. Aiden's got a pair of daggers, and his second weapon set is a single dagger. Right now, we just have a bow. We're a ranger. We won't be doing much melee, if any. Maybe we'll get some daggers. Depends on what we get. Maybe we'll get a sword and a shield. We can use one, but well, we won't worry too much about it. How do you like that portrait? I spent some time digging that portrait out. I know it doesn't match our character. It never does. Isn't that a neat portrait, though? Oh, they let you change it on the way now. Interesting. Interesting. We could always change the portrait later, too. Hunting bow. We've got that bow. All right. So instead of heading to camp, we're gonna head out. We'll explore a little bit along the way. A trembling, sickly creature emerges from the dark, clutching a spear. Knobby elbows and thin ribs show through its scaly flesh, but you recognize it as a Zorup. It watches you cautiously, breathing in ragged sighs. Raise your arms and stand still. It's okay, I won't hurt you. I'll tear you to pieces, lizard. Well, Surusaba asked about alignment, and even though we didn't pick a specific one, the answer was chaotic good. We're going to be chaotic good. We're a wanderer, we're a drifter, we're a ranger, we're not terribly attached. We don't have a paladin's code or deities to worry about defying, so chaotic good should work well for us. And we're just going to... The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. Back away, back away. I don't know if they speak English. We're not trying to tear them to pieces. It's okay, I won't hurt you. The Zorup recoils, fingers still wrapped tightly around its spear. The creature cocks its head and approaches you. Same as before. Okay, well, are you threatening me? No, we're gonna back away here. The Zorup watches warily as you go. Does that mean we can't walk around him? Will he attack if we step in? And we could go up here. We don't have to path by the Zorup, and I don't know what's over here. Do you think he'll attack if we head that way? Let's go exploring a little bit here. Tell you what, let's... How about if just I go? So the Zorup sees me, or is about to see me. You can see the stealth is not... Oh! So I was able to sneak by him without him noticing. I was able to sneak by him. Not my whole party, but at least I was. Crossbow, armor, gems, torch, tattered journal. Tattered journal. Blood-soaked. I can't believe my luck. A few rounds of dice, and I've got my hands on a genuine Nguithan artifact. Nguithan artifact. Bellew had it, said it was a pretty nothing, as far as he's concerned. He's not willing to go digging in some ruins. But if he's right about this gem leading to a hidden treasure, then that's worth sneaking past a few painted elves. I'll head to Silent Lys in the morning. Then it's just a matter of finding this relief he was talking about. Nguithan relief gem. Has been sculpted to look like an eye. So it looks like this room that we could have walked in without going past the Zorup just connects to this hallway anyways. So
what you need?
Yeah. So we could move our companions over here. I don't know if the Zarp would be mad or not. The Eastern Reach is a dangerous place. Enable scouting mode to move stealthily and search for hidden objects. Yes, yes, we were indeed.
Sure. Those tiles look suspicious. Let's be careful.
Yes, I'd say those tiles look suspicious, and I don't know what to make of them.
That roundish symbol. I'm pretty sure I saw it on one of the tiles back there.
That roundish symbol? What roundish symbol? A symbol of a patterned circle is inscribed on this pillar. An unlit brazier sits at its base. It could be lit if you had the means. Fire godlike can just light it. Just light it. Use the torch to light the brazier. Well, we don't know what we're lighting or why, so of course we're going to light it. Flames kindle swiftly in the brazier, winding their way upwards.
Huh?
They'll never know I'm here.
Before we light the others, let's see what the rest of this room is. 6 braziers. 6 braziers. And something on the wall. This mural must be ancient, yet the colors are all still bright and vivid.
Huh? Stay quiet.
Okay, so sneaking in here gives us a chance to not immediately be attacked. Let's bring our party up, though. It's beautiful, Sorosaba. This is, I mean, it's all hand drawn. This stuff is lovingly crafted. And I was thinking, I mentioned it before, I was thinking about streaming this in 1080 just so the environments will look better on the stream. Might not even have to up the bitrate since it moves very slowly. There's not a lot of flash action in this game. That might work. Might be able to do 1080 without even upping the bitrate. So I'll think about that. Let me know if you're hanging around here. Let me know as the game goes on a little bit tonight if you think that would be worth doing. Lesser black ooze. Well, let's sneak in a little further. Notice how they're starting to spot me here. The yellow's building up. And if I back far enough out before they spot me, no problem. So, we had our little party formation, and we've been spotted.
Got him! Let's go!
Now, so there is a limited inventory, you can probably tell, very limited inventory. And then there's a stash, which is not. And the developers have done something very strange here. They've given you both a limited inventory and an unlimited stash that you can get to from anywhere at any point. So, and we could put this into our stash instead of our inventory. Or these things that we're holding, filling up our inventory, we can just put them in the stash and grab them out whenever we want. So it kind of raises the question, why bother? I mean, just make your inventory unlimited if you're going to do that. So I don't know what the logic is, but I'm not sure if we can sell directly out of our stash or what. We'll get used to it. We'll see. Poleaxe.
What's that muck on the wall?
Viscous and oily, this muck clings to anything that it touches. A viscous slick of something dark and tar-like runs down this wall. The shapes and bulges in the ooze suggest that something lies beneath it, but you can't tell what. Use your water skin to clear off the ooze. You rinse away the ooze, revealing an intricate relief of a man's face. The sunburst surrounding it has chipped away in pieces, in places, but the details of his head, from the tight curls of hair to the ridges of his pointed ears, still showcase remarkable craftsmanship. One eye socket is empty. A gem fills the other. We found a gem on the corpse. Place the gem in the eye socket. The chamber begins to rumble, stray rocks dancing across the tile floor. Finally, a large section of the wall gives way. Okay. Is that all that was behind it? Oh, there is something else. What is here? An urn. Minor cloak of protection. Amethyst. Adra. So the Adra are these stones that are all around. These sort of glass-like luminous stones. And apparently they grow. They're living rock. Not quite proper rock. And they go deep. We were told that they go very deep. Well, something tells me we'll have to figure out that puzzle, but maybe not. Maybe not. Let's go down to this part of the cave and see what's there.
Wait, do you hear that?
I hear a quick save coming. That's what I hear, Kalisha. What did you hear? Ah, a Skulder Whelp. A Skulder Whelp. Okay. Leroy! We'll do a lot of Leroy in the early game. In the early game when tactics aren't as critical, I imagine. A crack runs along this wall from floor to ceiling. A light gust of air passes through it. Push on the wall. Despite the damage, the stone looks heavy and solid. Push on it yourself. Send Kalisha. Send Hayodin. Try something else. Let's send Kalisha. Kalisha pushes the wall with all her might, and the crack begins to spread. Finally, the ancient masonry gives way. The wall crashes down, revealing a circular room ahead. A little footnote, might 16. So presumably that's what it took, was 16 might to be able to push that wall. And if we had had it, we could have done it.
I could scout ahead, see what's around the corner.
So Hayden is offering to scout ahead. But I'll tell you what, where is Hayden here? We, what's our inventory? Where's our skill sheet here? Our stealth is 2. His stealth is 2. So there's really no advantage to sending Hayden versus ourselves.
Yeah?
That's party. That's
Stay
stealth.
quiet.
Okay.
Yeah?
So I shall go a scouting. It was a good call because there are things in here.
Feels like there's a draft coming through that wall. I don't hear any sign of that storm either.
So maybe that's where we want to go. On the other hand, is there any reason we don't want to fight what's in here? I think we do. Oh, we're going to get spotted. Or not. Or not. Leroy! An ear. We have an ear from the skull.
Yeah?
Okay, spiders. Looks like spiders up ahead. Hope no one hates spiders too much. I bet there's a lot of them in the game.
Take them down!
Yeah, let's Leroy a room of spiders.
Let's go!
So, looks like the puzzle has changed. And we haven't done anything with it that we're aware of, that I'm aware of. What do we have here? Famished spear spider behind the spiderling. Let's hope he doesn't have 20 spiderlings. Oh, Heoden's in a very... Heoden went right for the spear spider. And look, he's just getting mauled. He's just getting mauled already. So let's have Heoden pull back. And, that spiderling's not even dead. So I'll finish it off while Lage and Kalisha go for the spear. Heoden will suffer a disengagement attack if he does try to move. And he dropped. So he's knocked out. He's not actually dead yet. There's a difficulty setting that would have seen him dead right there. I would have expected the other way around, Sorusaba. Kalisha should have very little trouble finishing this spear spider. Oh, she took a big hit too. Everybody's taking big hits. Come on. Come on. All right. So, look at how messed up Heoden is. Not as badly as I thought. His endurance has returned. But notice how Kalisha's has not. Kalisha is down on two things. Her health is reduced a bit, and her endurance is reduced a bit. Endurance will go down first. Health will also go down, depends on the type of damage. But in short, your endurance goes up and down, but your health just goes down until you've rested and potions and things. But you have to manage endurance primarily, and then health. Bats as large as chickens are strung in the web. It's a good point. It's a good point. You made your case. You have made your case. A bloodstone. Bloodstone is traditionally a dark stone, often a deep green. But the presence of pockets of iron or red jasper resembling blood spatter, give the stone its name as well as its value. And a rapier. Before we leave, let's go down this one room. We'll go into this room. A helmet. And some more gems, agate and jasper. Alright, let's head out of this cave that we were never supposed to be in. We took shelter in this cave from the Biowick after our caravan was slaughtered by the locals. Sealant Lys. We've arrived at Sealant Lys. And so our journey, I guess, has begun. We must have been off here somewhere, or off here somewhere. I thought we were in between Gilded Vale and Sealant Lys. We are just now at Sealant Lys. Older robed man. 4 figures stand before an otherworldly apparatus, an ancient structure of chiseled Adra and metallic veins, ominous and looming like a silent observer. Standing motionless in their midst is what appears to be a human body, colorless as stone or ash. The other figures gaze upon it in what might be contemplation. From your vantage point, you are well obscured from their view. The figure closest to the machine stands out among them. A thick gray beard frames a face, otherwise hidden beneath a metallic mask. His faded robes are embroidered with a runic language unlike anything you have ever seen, and he wears a strange black headdress with 2 protrusions that jut out, like the wings of some malevolent creature.
Oathbinder, bear witness, and see this man has kept his word true to his last breath, full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world ever free of the crushing weight of the book.
Of the book. No, you mustn't read from the book.
Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you. In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
Probably aren't too many cutscene-like scenes. I don't know. Probably just leave the camera on. For an instant, the apparatus goes quiet and the air is still. Then, all at once, it erupts with a concussive surge. Light floods your vision and you are knocked to the ground. Your head snaps back as you land, and pain wells into the back of your skull, washing your last thoughts away into the black, unconscious void. You open your eyes to a different place. Another time. You stand in a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with Adra and trimmed with copper. The style is ancient, but the chamber is unweathered. At the far end, a great pillar of Adra pierces the floor from below, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Encircling the pillar is an apparatus, much like the one you have just seen, but immense and multifaceted and intertwined. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they seem to exist before you think them, and they are all questions. Pressing questions, troubling questions, questions that must be answered or... At the base of the pillar now, you see a man with a thick gray beard and ceremonial robe, crowned with a strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You are walking towards him now, at a pace that is hurried while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. My God, what has happened? You awaken to find your malaise has broken, only to be replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing, like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flits through your periphery, but when you turn to look, You can see no sign of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, an involuntary paranoid tic. If this is a sickness, it may be dangerous to go on without treatment for long. The figures at the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them is nowhere to be seen. Theoden and Kalisha lie bloody on the uneven cobbles, their bodies twisted unnaturally in death. You are alone and far from help. Gilded Vale may be your best hope of receiving treatment before things get worse. Is that me? I might have pathed by accident there. What do you think so far? What do you think so far? Whoa. Well, Kalisha was... that's everything on both of them. That's everything on both of them. Can we... yes, so we can just drop... Alright, let's take some potions. Take some potions. Take a cloak of protection. Take the lockpicks. Pair of daggers, maybe the helmet, and then the rest to the stash. Let's see if that worked. So, stash. It's probably a more efficient way to do this, but I don't know it or don't know it yet. We'll go ahead and dual wield some daggers as a second weapon set. I don't know if we'll use that. Cloak of protection, sure. Why not? Lockpicks, extra bow. Keep the torch handy. I don't know if we need the journal handy. And, not that our hair looks good or the character model is all that great, but I hate putting on helmets. It's like 1 in 100 helmets in a role-playing game looks good, at least on certain characters. Okay. Let's move around a little more slowly. We'll be picking lots of flowers, not maybe as many as in The Witcher, but we will be picking lots of mushrooms and flowers and things. I like seeing her with the cape on though. That's kind of neat. Before we engage the bodies, I'm going to go picking flowers. Never mind then. Never mind. Something has happened. What do we have here? The whole place has lit up. Let's approach. This massive structure is formed of stone, adra, and copper, and covered in strange glyphs. The air around it vibrates with an unusual energy. Let's take a look at the bodies. Vessel flesh, it just crumbled. And again. And again. And again. Okay. Let's take another look here. Same. And it doesn't really look like we can interact with it. Not now. No. So I guess we're off this way. Sealant Lys. We'll head to the Valewood. It will take you 6 hours to complete your journey from Sealant Lys to Valewood. Well, I guess it's break time. Or not. Although I should keep an eye on that.
Could use some rest.
Could use some rest? What, is everyone trying to tell me to take a break? Major fatigue. So even though we're not down on endurance too much, we've become fatigued. So -10 all defenses, -20 to accuracy, -25% maximum endurance. Yeah, fatigue will be a big deal. We will need to rest. often. If we leveled up, as well level up. I don't know if that will undo fatigue. I guess we'll find out. 6 points. Now, we're going to have companions that, in some cases, like take mechanics. Take mechanics. We could put points into mechanics ourselves and pop locks ourselves. Or we can wait for, acquire a companion, and build one of them up as someone with mechanics. And focus our own skills a little more. So, if anyone's watching here, has any input, this is a ranger. I do want to put points into stealth. I mean, the stuff we already have we can build on. We're going to have some companions who are probably better suited for lore and mechanics. Doesn't mean we can't invest in them, but we don't need to, necessarily. I'd like to build this ranger up with stealth. I'd like to do more of the scouting, right, with this character. Although we're not a frontline character, so the risk of scouting as the ranger and leaving the party behind, part of the risk will be when we end up engaging things that we didn't intend to. When we're scouting and we get seen, we'll be on the front line as a ranger and our party will be way back there. So we might want someone else to scout. We might want someone hardier to scout. That's possible too. I think we'll spend some points on stealth. Survival. Better use of food and potions. Some dialogue options. Consumable durations. I don't know. Maybe it's more important than it sounds. Athletics should be mixed good in the build. I think that's a good one. I think athletics is a good one. For a ranger, someone with dexterity. And stealth, athletics, maybe a little bit of survival. I like that. That sounds good. Let's do that. So, oops. What do we have here? Now notice it costs us a lot more points. It costs us more per rank of athletics than it costs us for stealth. At least at this stage. So we'll still do that. I think we're good. Points left 2 for stealth, 2 athletics. Or we can't even raise athletics to 3. With the 2 points we have left, we cannot raise athletics to 3, but we can raise stealth to 4. We'll go ahead and do that. I don't know if points carry over. Some games let you preserve, save points. Can we save them and then invest long term to spend on higher ranks? I hope so, but I don't know. Talents. Vicious Companion. The Ranger's Animal Companion trains the Ranger's Animal Companion in vicious tactics. More damage. Resilient Companion. More damage reduction. Faithful Companion. Defenses against undesirable states. Merciless Companion. Animal companions do small amounts of sneak attack damage against targets that qualify. I think Resilient Companion would be helpful. We have a wolf, which is not one of the more resilient companions. So we'll take what we can get. We don't actually have to pick from the class skills. We can pick from these other categories. Class skills are for our class, of course. In the offensive, defensive, utility, we'll see many of those or all of those as we level everyone up. And some of those are useful. We might want them at some point. Field triage. 1 per rest. You can do a little bit of healing on someone else. Although I think you can do it to yourself as well. Wound binding. And this is our own wounds on the user, not on an ally. So perhaps stronger healing than triage, but not can't be applied to a companion, I don't think. Let's not look through all of these right now, but hold the line. Trains the character in new defensive strategies, increasing his or her engagement limit by 1. So we'll have a tank. We'll want our tank to have hold the line. Reflexes, fortitude, will, shield deflection. Not for our ranger. Different types of weapon focus. Marksman. Accuracy against distant enemies. Well, we're going to want that. We don't need it this minute, maybe, but we're going to want that. I think for now we'll go Resilient Companion. Okay, it's our first level up. Did not remove our fatigue. Oop, what have I clicked? Double speed. Oh, we were already doing that. So we're in the corner of a map that is not at all revealed. Camping supplies. Can we go through this crack? Yes, it appears so. How about this music? Oh, just saw somebody go running off in the corner. Just pause for a moment here. I remember a little bit of the first screenshots I saw of this game when it was being developed. I think it was a Kickstarter even. They had a Kickstarter for this. Even though Obsidian's a big developer, they did a Kickstarter, I believe, or something like that. Huge support. And they had some screenshots. When they showed people, and I know Sorosaba's on board with this, when they showed people that they were making a brand new Infinity Engine game with hand-drawn environments and a few modern flourishes, nice 3D, some nice animations, visual effects, water effects. They showed some waterfalls, and it was beautiful. Their Kickstarter had no problem meeting its goal. We should probably rest since we're fatigued and in such bad shape, and we were just given an additional camping supplies. We were given additional camping supplies. So let's see, how do we do that? Camp. We'll just camp. Camping, we'll use one set of supplies. We have 2. Ah, what a cutscene. How do you like that? Okay. Thought that might have been something. 8 hours have passed. Well, clearly it's night. It's now night. That's nice.
Keeping quiet.
Keeping quiet. We'll go sneaky, sneaky. Discovered location, Bear Cave. Bear Cave. Well, maybe we'll go take a look, but I don't think we're ready to take a bear. I don't think we're ready to take a bear on. I'm a ranger and I've got a wolf. Neither of us can survive. Well, yeah, neither of us could survive a bear, I don't think. Defenses unknown, strength unknown, unknown. Let's see if I can get to this rock. Cave coral. Let's tempt fate a little bit here. Whoa, no, that was more tempting fate than I wanted. So I don't know, you cannot venture forth while in combat. Which is why we quick save. I suppose we're gonna try and take the bear. I think we're gonna die here. I think we are just gonna die here, but we will try. So, hopefully we won't die. Hopefully we won't die, but we
cannot
probably
venture
will.
forth while in combat.
So, the wolf's almost dead with one bite. Wolf's down. And we're a ranger. So it doesn't really matter if we switch to our second weapon set. We're You have died. Alright, so we're out of this cave. We're not going to fight the bear. Not now. Not now. We can come back.
Sure.
So we are both in fast mode, which speeds things up, and in stealth mode, which slows things down. So a little bit of both. Kind of balances itself out. We get the stealth around a little more quickly. Wolf, meet wolf. Shattered pieces of a crate are strewn across the dirt along with a few muddy vegetables. So we found the bear cave, and there's an exit to the world map over here. Again, I've played part of this game, the beginning, the first act, so I have a few things in my head that I've probably forgotten half of, but I'll remember a few, such as if we're trying to go, I'm going to go to the world map here, if we're trying to go south, or in this case southeast to the Gilded Vale, leaving the Valewood through the world map on the west side will probably not open up the Gilded Vale, but getting to the south exit or the southeast exit of the Valewood will probably open up the Gilded Vale. So we have to keep in mind where we're actually going on the world map as we leave an area.
Right.
Ooh, did you see those ghostly figures briefly? There were a couple ghostly figures standing around, and I think that's what we saw before running off into the corner. The grass is still flattened behind the wagon's wheels. Barrels of cabbages, potatoes, and squash have been overturned and abandoned. Yet there is still a box we can look in, a bow, some camping supplies, some coin. Oh, and there is somebody here. Nantan.
How do you do?
This man appears to be hurriedly dismantling his camp. In quick, jerky movements, he looks up as you approach, his expression tense and drawn. Yeah, at some point I'd like to play all of those. Divinity, Original Sin, had my eye on that. And people have been, well, you as well, but Shadowrun Returns and Wasteland, more than that, Wasteland 2, people have brought up, so at some point, we got a lot of games to play. Again, just a quick recap. We're going to be doing The Last of Us on Wednesday and Thursday. Looks like Nightbot's missing in action. Hello, Nightbot. Nightbot. Nightbot is not currently in your channel. Well, let's fix that. Anyways, we're going to be doing The Last of Us on Wednesday and Thursday, so we won't do Pillars of Eternity all the way through. I'd really like to take my time with this. Enjoy it. Read everything. Get to know the world. Build up our team. Get to know our companions. So, not feeling in too much of a rush with Pillars, and that is also a reason why we won't do Pillars in one shot. Because not everyone wants to see an isometric RPG, just like not everyone wants to see an action game. I kind of prefer playing one game at a time until it's finished, but for streaming purposes, we'll have to mix it up at least a little bit. I took some notes, and I have 3 or 4 different ways we could mix things up during the week, but we're going to start simple. So we'll do Pillars a couple nights, we'll do Last of Us, and then we'll either come back to Pillars on Friday, or we'll do something else over the weekend and come back to Pillars on Monday. Don't know yet. On your way south, is it? He wipes his brow, turning to face you. The sooner you're clear of these woods, the better, I think. Caravan was attacked. I've been trying to get to the Gilded Vale. Never mind the woods. There's a strange machine in the ruins up north. What's your hurry? I'm only passing through. Mind your own business. What's your hurry? The man looks down at the tent, and then at his hands. I mean to follow my own advice. Came out here on a hunt, me and a friend of mine. Thought we'd bring a stag home, eat something other than bread for once. Came up on a bear instead, great monstrous thing. And Pearly, he didn't make it. Shakes his head. I don't know what I'll tell his wife. In any case, this forest's already cost me a friend. I'm heading home before it takes anything else. Who are you? Name's Naunton, born and raised in Gilded Vale. Haven't had a spot of luck since. His face twists. Luckier than Pearly, I suppose. In any case, this forest's already cost me a friend. What happened to your friend? Well, he told us it was a bear. We didn't see it coming. Naunton's voice shakes a little as he speaks. We were following a stag. Pearly, he saw something in the brambles. Went tearing off after it. We all but stumbled into the cave. Poor Pearly didn't stand a chance. Bear was on top of him before we knew what was happening. The beasts will take what they will, I suppose. He smiles sadly. And this time, Galawain's favor fell upon the bear. Oh, we know where the bear was, but where was the bear? In a cave, a ways up that way. He turns to point to the northwest. I wouldn't seek it out if I were you. It was a great brute of a beast. Would hate to hear that it took another life. So we've reached that exit from the map. Notice we haven't explored it all. So we may come back. But we've opened up the Gilded Vale. Now, had we gone out that west entrance, I don't know what's there, if anything's there. It may just have taken us back to this world map and not let us advance to the Gilded Vale. But we went the right way. Gilded Vale. Hey, a map we don't have to uncover. That's nice. Gilded Vale. Offra's house. The Black Hound Inn. Aloth. Elder. Eder. Oh, no, I remember who that is. It's going to be our first companion. Small spoiler. We're heading there. Temple of Aethys. Ingrid's house. The Windmill. The Black Hammer Smithery. And a tree with many bodies.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
He glances at the gnarled, leafless monstrosity of a tree next to him. Do you welcome everyone this way? Are you mad? No wonder this place looks half empty. I feel at home already. I might reconsider your lord's offer. Are you mad? No wonder this place looks half empty. The only answer you hear is the buzzing of flies from the tree.
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever conceived a Hollowborn child?
What are you talking about?
An infant born without a soul, of course. Lord Radric has made it his first priority to eliminate this scourge from our village. I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents, charlatans, and those who would hide a curse in our midst.
He steps to the side and inclines his head ever so slightly towards the deformed tree.
His lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement. It will have to wait until after the birth. We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radric's hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn just southwest of here.
So we can tell him about the Biowac. I've been feeling strange ever since a close call with the Biowac. You said something about Hollowborn and Waidwin's legacy before. Before I got here, I saw several people conducting a strange ceremony near some ruins. Or the white elephant in the room. That tree over there. That tree over there. Durgate doesn't even look over his shoulder. Ah, yes. Not everyone has accepted the measures necessary to keep the village safe. Ever since Lord Radric banished the mothers of Hollowborn, some have taken up arms against him. And while he's been searching for a cure, he's been beset with frauds and opportunists. We've had ciphers, wizards, and animancers come through town, taking the Lord's coin and promising to end the curse. Lord Radric finally decided to make an example of those who would profit from our tragedy. He points to the body of a dwarven woman. The latest was an animancer from the Valian republics who claimed to know techniques none of us had seen. By now we've seen it all. You said something about Hollowborn and Waidwin's legacy before. He blinks. I forgot that you foreigners do not have this curse in your homelands. The Hollowborn have been a scourge upon the Durwood for almost 15 years now. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Children born without souls. He shakes his head. Pitiful, dumb things that breathe, barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are a punishment from the gods. He raises his empty hands. In truth, no one knows. But they began spreading after the Saints' War. And so the name Waidwin's legacy stuck in honor of that foul, blasphemous pretender. His voice shakes with vitriol. And welcome. Welcome, Teddy. Yeah, no. Well, I mean, we don't have to read the voices. We don't have to read, but being this type of game, if I click through everything, who that is watching will have read it and who won't? If you're sitting back on your couch and you don't feel like reading, you can listen. Hopefully the reading is not terrible, and maybe it'll even be worth listening to. But I think you're right. It might be 20 years. I was thinking more along the lines of 40, 50 hours. 40, 50 hours maybe will turn into 60 or 70, but if we're doing 6 hours, I stream about 6 hours at a time, and if we do a couple nights, then we do another game, and then we do a couple nights and another game, however we break it up. Maybe not 20 years, maybe only 10. Maybe only 10. Lord Radric's decrees may seem strict at times, but he has our best interests at heart. He nods. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Sorusaba, sorry. You know I've got your name right and wrong many times. I will do both. I'm enjoying this, though. I'm enjoying this a whole lot. I think reading it is going to make it more impactful. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. It's important that everyone in Gilded Vale understand our rules. So do we tell them about the Beowick? Or do we tell them about the ceremony? Or both? I guess we'll tell them about the Beowick. That should rustle his feathers.
Whatever your problem, it sounds like a matter for an animancer. However, the only animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any condition to speak. Consider yourself fortunate. After she failed Lord Radric, we saw to it that she wouldn't profit from the misplaced trust of others. A bad cure is often worse than none at all. But if you're set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing when you're digging for shit. My advice, however, is to be satisfied that you escaped and leave it at that.
So we don't have to tell him about the ceremony we saw, but we will. He regards you carefully. You'll want to mind where you mentioned that. Trespassing on Engwithin ruins is illegal, not to mention dangerous. You probably saw someone attempting some new ritual to appease the gods. People will try anything these days. Bereth have mercy, we certainly have. Maybe so, maybe so. Like I said, it's best to stay away from those sorts of places.
Keep out of...
Listen!
2 tolls. Let that be the last. 3. Gods have mercy.
It seems your arrival is ill-timed.
His expression unreadable.
3 bells toll only for the death of a Radric. I fear Lord Radric's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same. You should tread carefully. Circumstances have changed a great deal.
With the tolling of the bell, everything has changed. He did tell us they were waiting for the bell to sound the arrival of the birth of Lord Redric's child. And he's just begun to tell us about the Hollowborn. What do you mean? You come to us at a time of mourning. The legacy has struck at the heart of Gilded Vale. Our efforts to redeem ourselves in the eyes of Bereth must be redoubled. He sets a steady gaze on you. What happened? He shrugs one bony shoulder. I will know more details when the messengers arrive. The vagaries of childbirth, perhaps. But that is not your concern. Does this affect the Lord's offer to new settlers? I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you to get some rest, the inn, or a stable for all I care. Find me afterwards. I will know more soon enough. God, got all the bodies swinging from the tree. And someone named Adair.
Were you looking for someone in that tree? I could introduce you.
I don't think that's Troy Baker, but it sounds a little like Troy Baker, doesn't it? I could introduce you. Strange way to talk about your dead. He looks up at the tree and breathes out. Half the town's up there now, seems like. No right way to talk about it. I'm looking for someone who can help me feel better. He gives an understanding nod as he takes a long drag from his pipe. My condolences. He exhales and turns his attention away, watching the village around him. Let's go look at the tree. Scattered between the roots are bracelets of twine and bead, wilting flowers and notes half erased by the rains. Let's check our journal here. Visions and whispers, seek help for your condition. This is not the illness that struck me at the wagon. This is something new. An affliction of the mind, perhaps. With luck, someone in Gilded Vale will know what to do. The magistrate advised me to get some rest while I wait for permanent accommodations. That might be the best thing to put an end to this illness as well. So we'll head down to the inn. Someone is out here speaking with angry townspeople. Aloth. You see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voices and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hands for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggest an elf.
I meant no offense. Let's put this matter to rest over a round, shall we? My treat.
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
She spits at his feet. And, because, Sorusaba, because you asked, I will try to keep chaotic good in mind. I hadn't thought about trying to focus on an alignment. Not really. Not like I think we're going to now. We'll go chaotic good. We will just try to do that as best we can. Say nothing. Say nothing. One of the other men glares at the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused. You've got a lot of gall mocking us in our own village. We don't take ill treatment from foreigners, especially not Adirans.
Go on. Say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
Why, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
That escalated quickly. I don't think I could say that like he did if I had a year.
I'll cut that barrel-licking tongue out of your head.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said. We've nigh quarrel.
He plants his feet. Something surly and raw flickers through his eyes.
That's where you're wrong.
I don't think attacking him is such a good idea. Did it catch you off guard, too? It sure got me. Yeah. I've played a little of the game before. I remember the character portrait. I don't remember that voice. Or that attitude. I don't think attacking him is such a good idea. Back down, all of you. This is absurd. This is unnecessary. Would you rather be inside drinking than out here arguing? You're not going to take that from him, are you? I'm staying out of this one. I don't think attacking him is such a good idea. The 3 drunks scowl at you, and why is that? Perception. He's reaching for something, and since it's not the rapier at his side, it's either a wand or a throwing dagger, and you don't look ready to deal with either. Or might, because then you'll have me to deal with. Chaotic good. Perception. Angry townsmen. They look at each other. One of the men gives the other 2 a warning shake of his head before turning to you. We're done for now, but this one better watch his step around here, because we're not going anywhere. The final scowl at the elf, he turns to leave. As the 3 stumble away, the elf turns to you, the tension almost gone from his smooth face.
not quite how I hoped to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that awkward situation.
You mean for making them piss their pants? You're welcome. Yeah, we don't need to read the other options, I think.
Well, that is one way of putting it.
He straightens his hood, and you note the remains of fraying embroidery on his gloves. His boots are caked with the dirt of many months' travel, but the leatherwork beneath it is sturdy and fine.
Well, I suppose introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvisor, at your service.
We'll just keep it simple. Tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm a wizard by training, and an adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I am grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here?
I was traveling with a caravan, but we were separated near some ruins.
In Gwithan ruins? Oh, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. And half the locals would arrest you for trespassing, and the rest would kill you outright. I'm curious, what exactly did you find there?
A Beowick, and several hooded figures operating a strange machine.
And you survived? I've heard such a thing was impossible. But it seems you either have a knack for timing or the favor of the gods.
Just how did you manage to cross those three drunks?
I'm afraid that was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
You did tell that one man to go fuck his sister. Ah, that. He clears his throat and adjusts his sleeves. As I tried to tell them, they misheard me. Happens all too easily after a few pints. And the accent doesn't help. I heard the same thing. For just a moment, he looks as if he's about to say something else. His expression brightens with mischief. But before he can speak, he forces a tight smile, biting his lip so hard you expect to see blood. Finally, his face relaxes and he shakes his head. I should speak more clearly next time. My apologies. What are you doing in Gilded Vale?
Excellent question. I came looking for fresh air and cheap land. Instead, the magistrate gave me directions to the inn and a story about the local lord's expectant wife. But I take it that's a familiar tale.
We've heard it. And you? I've been experiencing strange things of late. I'm looking for an expert on souls.
Indeed. The local lord has searched far and wide for similar specialists. He has rid himself of them almost as desperately.
He nods at the gnarled old tree in the center of town. His darting glance takes in the tumble-down buildings and the fallow, rock-strewn fields. I expect that such expertise would be best sought elsewhere. You don't exactly look like a settler.
Begging your pardon, but neither do you. Yet, circumstances can find a person in the strangest of places. As should I, given recent events. It's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot about the upkeep. Perhaps I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
So Adir is not our first companion. Aloth. So do I. Let's go then.
Excellent. I shall follow you.
So, there's a game option. Little bit of mechanics time. There was a game option that the original builds of this game had your companions auto level at the time you acquired them to whatever level you were. And that was changed so that you have the option of manually leveling them up to your level. And later on more. So I did change that. We can build our companions, and right now we're level 2, so it doesn't matter much. But later on, if we're level 6 and we get companions, we're going to have to put a little thought into that and how we build them. A wizard. We've got a wizard here. So, wizard, already heavy on the lore. Mechanics as a secondary. I suppose we'll keep working on lore with him. Lore to activate scrolls. Is that it? Knowledge, trivia, outside of conversations. And one thing I don't know, I don't really know at all, is whether our companions' skills will affect our dialogue choices, or if it's just our skills and theirs affect other things. So will giving Aloth lore allow us to make lore choices? I'm not sure. At any rate, that's his skill, his main skill. We won't be using him as a stealth character. We won't be using him as an athletic character. But suppose lore and mechanics. Probably don't need a lot of feedback on this one. We will basically... I don't know, should we build up mechanics? We could try to make him our trap finder. But whoever has mechanics, whoever's going to go looking for traps and disarming traps should maybe have some stealth as well, right? So they can see them, so they can get to them without being seen. So I don't know, do we invest in mechanics? Feel free to chime in. Should we put some points in mechanics or just pump the lore? Could go a little higher on the lore if we don't pump any mechanics right now. And either way, it won't be game breaking, but we'll just go lore. Let's not worry about mechanics yet. We can pump mechanics later. Twitch lag will make it a little hard to make some decisions with chat, but I'm open to a lot of feedback here. So as best as we can deal with the lag, feel free to chime in when we're leveling up characters, when we're making decisions. I'll try and pause at some of the more obvious, interesting, larger decisions. Try and get some feedback from you all. We can do this all together if it works out. So wizards have a spell book. They actually have a lot of spell books. We'll find spell books. We'll learn spells from books and then add them to our book. We can make different books, and it's a little messy, but in short, we will be filling a book with spells, and we won't just have them all. So whether or not we pick spells when we level up, we will find other spells and other books as we travel. Let's see if we can not get lost in this for minutes and minutes and minutes. First level wizard spell, interrupt, crush, deflection. Defense spell, slicken the ground, area of effect. Freezing touch. Jolting touch, ghost blades, interrupt. Yeah, that's one of the things in this game that I don't get. Why didn't they put in more character art? I get it, it's isometric, we're looking down, but every time they show us a character from the front, they just look awful. Except for their portraits, which are beautiful. Couldn't there have been a compromise somewhere in there? So Ghost Blades looks like, notice where it says foe, AoE, foe, AoE. Let's see if we can find a different one to compare. So I can make a point here. Basically, that AoE will only affect enemies because it's a foe AoE. There are AoEs, here we go, Chill Fog. AoE, doesn't say foe AoE, just says AoE. So if we cast this and our companions were in the area, they would be affected too. Whereas something like Ghost Blades has foe AoE, won't affect our companions, even though it's an AoE. And it's a cone, and it 7 meters. I don't know if that's a lot. I think we're going to go with Ghost Blades, unless anyone has knowledge of this, has something they'd like to see the wizard get. And you don't have to wait for me to ask either. If you see me leveling up, feel free to just throw something out there. Oh, your wizard needs... You better take... You're gonna love... Any of that'll work. Class talents: Arcane Veil, Conjure a Protective Shield, Grimoire Slam. Smash an enemy with your book. Well, that's what it sounds like. Smash them with the Grimoire, energized with spiritual energy. Yeah, it is. Smash them with your book. Smash them with your book. That sounds good. 1 per encounter. On the other hand, it's probably up close and personal. We don't want our wizard to be up close and personal. Blast. Passive. Generates a blast on the target when using wand, rod, or scepter. How does that work? Is it saying it just adds a little bit of damage to every attack you use using a wand, rod, or scepter? Sounds okay. It's a faux AoE. Let's try that. Blast. Another possibility for pillars is that we won't actually be able to do it 2 nights in a row even, just because of the whole reading thing. We'll see how I feel after 6 hours of reading and speaking through this. And right now the plan is to do Pillars again tomorrow, and then The Last of Us. We'll do The Last of Us on Wednesday and Thursday, grounded mode. Maybe the plan will change a little. We'll see how I feel here tomorrow. But I'm not going to stop reading. We just might have to pace it a little more. Into the inn. The floorboards are sticky with spills that no one has bothered to clean.
How do you do?
Oh, the audio just stuttered there. If that keeps happening, I'll pull the cord and we'll do that. Oh, greetings and welcome to the Black Hound Inn. The innkeeper bows her head curtly. Please sit where you would like. Would you like a drink or a room? We have 2 available at the moment. I'm afraid we can't offer much by way of a good meal today, she sighs, unless you're fond of cold porridge. So you can actually hire companions. We can go to the barkeep. If we ask her if there's anyone looking for work, we can, from scratch, build additional companions. We have to pay for them, but we can hire people and build them up and make them whoever we'd like. Or just meet the NPCs that the game has for us, that are tied into the story a little more, and they probably make better traveling companions. Maybe not better combat companions. You only serve porridge? Aloth looks at you and shakes his head quickly. It isn't by choice, I assure you. We used to serve some of the finest meals in the Dyrwood. We've had a damnable run of luck is all. It's been a bad season for the crops, and we're running low on supplies. I sent Tenfrith up north to stock up. Tenfrith's our cook, you see, an artist with a good roast. But it's been days since he was supposed to return, and we haven't seen any sign of him. She sighs again. I've only just taken over from the last owner, myself. I don't know what I'd do if he doesn't turn up. Tea with honey would be good. Maybe during a break I'll grab something. Probably better than dehydrating with coffee for this game. I could try to find him for you, sure. Really? Her face brightens. I'd be grateful if you did. He was traveling through the Valewood. It's probably nothing. A broken wheel, maybe. But I do worry. You see him safely home, and I think everyone in here would sing your praises. Nobody much likes my porridge. Check what she has for sale here. Aloth opens his mouth, but seems to reconsider. Nothing for me, thanks. Of course, we're running a little short on goods these days, but we ought to have more soon. Camping supplies, grain, milk, beer. Well, beer sounds good, but we can't really afford much, and we already have camping supplies. I suppose we could sell some junk from our stash, though. Let's hang on to one of things in case we need to use them. We'll keep a bow. If someone needs a bow, a hatchet, a poleaxe. At least until we get used to what we might want. So we'll keep some uniques. We'll sell a few things. And here's where we could buy... nope, not that. Here's where we could buy companions. So we're level 2, we can buy a level 1. If we're level 4, we can buy a level 3, and so on. but we may or may not do that. The common room. So if we just need to rest and ditch our fatigue, we can do that, no cost. But there are bonuses from resting in different places. I don't think we need that yet, but at some point we'll pay for and pick different rests. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken, and you find yourself in front of Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face has shriveled inward like moldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind until she is mere inches from your face. Suddenly her head snaps up and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air she speaks a word. Watcher. You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating in your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm she is truly dead. What do you think of the music? Isn't that nice? Where are we going here? What's up there? There's the dwarf woman. Caldara de Baranzi. The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from a thin, crooked bow that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated, purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward rigidly from one side to the other when the breeze shifts. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there is a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it, not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. Reach out for the woman. You take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out toward the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with a new, unfamiliar awareness. Once you have expanded enough to reach her, there is a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing, electric surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness, in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman. And when you open them again, she is staring at you, with eyes clouded in milky fog, her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you come here for me, dear, or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
Am I imagining this?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy, even. Do not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I, wherever here may be.
How are you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity on her face, as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there?
She nods.
You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
A watcher? What's a watcher?
What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I, oh, not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair, and here we are visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on. Some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either leaving or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well, a wonder.
What did you mean when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
She smiles at you reassuringly, fanning out a tuft of long whiskers that sprouts from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Merwald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
An old watcher, Merwald. Caed Noir, beyond the Black Meadow. I think I survived a Biowick. Do you know why that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing. Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Called them. Those days are all behind, you know?
You said souls break apart over time.
Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again. But less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. No.
Things fall apart. The center does not hold. Entropy? Entropy?
A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force of defiance, at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
She clicks her tongue. I want to know something about you.
Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
Oh, who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi, of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, but I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
What happened to you? She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle, escaping between rows of buttery yellow teeth, causing her body to bob up and down with each spasm. Seeing your blank expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer. Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found?
Tell me.
Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord. She is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
What's an animancer?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been made. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are. But the best of us? The best? Inspirations. Miracle workers. My parents were soul twins. Miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other. Turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid.
How soon we forget.
It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Of course, dear.
Caldara di Baranzi.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Caldara closes her eyes, and her head slumps forward over the noose, and your surroundings seem to bleed into your vision from some unknown place of waiting. Aloth looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you all right? You seemed lost just now. I'm a watcher. His arched eyebrows recede into his hood. Well, that is interesting. He gives you a sly grin. And I expect that explains how you survived a Beerwick, In any case, I appreciate your honesty. Since we're traveling together, it's probably wise for us to share these things. Do you know anything about Watchers? Only that they're rare, and that they seem to have unique insights into certain soul conditions. He coughs, as you just demonstrated. Let's continue on. I think we're going to take our first break here. Take a little break. And I am going to get some tea and honey. So I think that's a great idea. Lamia, thank you. Take about a 10-minute break. And as night... Do you want to hear this music, or do you want this music in the background on the break, or some pop ski, some chiptune dance? I know it might break the mood, but it might be a nice break. Stretch, smoke them if you got them, whatnot. Or I can leave this music up. It's nice music, but I'll tell you what. Let's get a little lively, just a little bit. Let me mute this. We'll go to break here. I'll be back in a few minutes if I can accomplish the break. I guess you only get so much in-game music when you're paused. Must have stopped at some point. We're back. We're back. By the way, I have no idea what to do with tea. I mean, I understand how to steep tea, but I'm not a tea drinker, so I don't really know one tea from another. There's green tea, there's black tea, and Captain Picard likes Earl Grey hot. So when I cracked open a box of tea I had in the cabinet, I saw some Earl Grey. I have no idea what it tastes like, or if it works with honey, or if I'll like it or hate it. But we've got some extremely hot Captain Picard tea with honey. And we'll see how that goes. How's everybody doing? What do you think of the game so far? If you've seen it, if you've not seen it. We'll start back up here in a minute. That's good. That's good. I think I can do Captain Picard tea. That almost... I had to add the word tea. That was going to come out very badly. And it's very hot. Oh, it is nice, though. It is nice. So I don't really have a timer on my breaks. I don't know. That probably was not quite 10 minutes. I don't know if everybody's here, coming back, long gone, or what. But we'll wait a minute or two in case people are still stretching, coming back. I'm going to drink a little bit of tea here. Maybe we'll get music back if we unpause, though. Voice was starting to, you could probably tell, voice was starting to strain a bit. But it's way too much fun reading this. It brings it, I hope for you too, but it certainly for me brings it to life. To read it out loud, to play into it just a little bit. Yeah, lots of strange names. I thought The Witcher was bad. So when we played The Witcher, that was blind. I've never played the Witcher series. I've now played the first one. Took us 60 hours. We had about a 60-hour playthrough of The Witcher. I think it was 60 hours. I've got it written somewhere. But anyways, lots of strange names. This one's got it beat by miles. I heard the third Witcher has some great names in it too. But we'll be doing, at some point, we'll be doing the second Witcher before we ever get to the third. Third Witcher's way out there. Way out there somewhere. I don't even have the game. But I do have number 2. Who knows? Who knows what we'll do when? While we're wrapping up. Break time here. Let's do a level up. That's a good thing for a break. So we're going to focus on stealth and put a bit into athletics. Maybe more into athletics than survival. 3 points just to take stealth 1 more rank. And we can't even go another rank right now, but we can with athletics, so we'll do that. Vicious aim. Modal. So we have skills, abilities in this case. Some of them are passive, always functioning. Some of them are active, we'll have to trigger them, and they'll have limits. Modal is different. So we, you maintain, you go into a mode, you maintain a state, and you generally can't stack stuff like this, a modal condition. So you could have one, you could have vicious aim on or swift aim on, but not both, even if you had both. So in this case, swift aim, do we want to speed up our attacks? Vicious aim, slow down a bit but get accuracy and damage. I would say vicious aim. I would lean towards vicious aim. we haven't gotten far into the story, Lamia. There's not a lot yet not a lot to get yet. All we really know is that we were on a journey here, and it's not where we expected. And the local lord was going to have a child. And people are having hollow-born children. The hollow-born children have no souls, right? So the Lord was going to have, his wife was going to have a child. And with the 3 tolls of the bell, we know someone died. So the Lord's child probably didn't survive childbirth. But we don't know. And he's been hanging people. The Lord has been hanging. He's been looking for help with the hollow-born problem and hanging people. I don't think that's the bigger story. I don't think we know the bigger story yet at all. The bigger story has something to do with those hooded figures. The bigger story has something to do with that machine that we saw. And has something to do with our being a watcher. And we don't really know what that is yet. We don't know what that is yet. So, it's the Genophage. Yeah, Hollowborn. It is. My God. It's the Genophage. It's the Genophage. For people. For humans. So, I don't know, Lamia, if there is that much to get yet. We're on an adventure. This town is disturbed and disturbing. And we're going to meet some people and find out who we are and what we're doing. I don't think we know yet, so I don't get it either. But, no new talent unlocks. Well, that was an easy level. So even though we're not in combat now, we have this vicious aim. We can turn it on. And then it gives us bonuses as long as it's running. And if we had different states, we could pick one at a time. So we tried talking to Adir before. He didn't have much to say. He's still here, smoking his pipe. The smell of pipe smoke, at once earthy and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils. Your eyes trace the smoke to its origin, where you find a broad man with straw-colored hair leaning against a mossy rock wall, his pipe held to his lips with one meaty hand. He looks you directly in the eye, but the look is not aggressive. He regards you with a peculiar smirk.
17 and a half. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman.
I'm sorry?
The dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
So he was watching us.
The people hanging from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted, anyway.
Aloth frowns. Is that what you people do for fun around here?
Name's Adair. Though to the people around here, might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
What makes you think I was interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you a moment, his brow arched. His smirk broadens.
Well, I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a Radric at first.
I've been out of sorts lately. Impossible, I don't drool half as much. Impossible, I don't drool half as much. Ha! So you're already familiar. Still, you'd have to forgive my curiosity. Round here, we prefer to turn a blind eye to our dead. I've been out of sorts lately. Of course, we all got our bad days when we stand perfectly still and stare at corpses for a while without blinking. He winks. Do you know what a watcher is?
Careful, friend. Let's not use that word round here. Could be any number of Radric bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here, Radric especially. They come through these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. Of course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
None taken. Good. They don't mean it personal when they hang folks here. I have to remind myself.
The town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
The war? Saints' War. Only one in my lifetime. Fella decides he's the living incarnation of Aethys. Overthrows Redris. Red Saris marches on Deerwood. So we give him a Deerwoodian hello. What's a Deerwoodian hello?
We blew him up.
He smiles at this, but it is the smile of one recounting a joke for effect, rather than enjoyment. Who is Aethys? God of rebirth and redemption. Formerly, anyhow. Maybe they call him something different where you're from. I had other questions. I got time. Why was your headman hanged? Got involved. Redrick sent men down here the other day. Said they had it on good authority someone in town was working with Kulsk, plotting Redrick's overthrow. Said if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. No one was coming forward, so Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. They took him at his word. He sighs and shakes his head, his eyes fixed on the tree. Bound to happen sooner or later, if not for plotting against Redrick, then for protecting me. What does the town have against you?
Pick the wrong god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Aethys worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, there was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, and then I did too. But, he didn't make it back. After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the Legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me. Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Raedrick's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
Aloth glances at you and lowers his voice. You can see why I was eager to leave. Who's Kulsk? Someone who got tired of all the hangings. He's on the run now. Probably will be till they catch him. If you're next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? He gives a half smile. Drinking, mostly. Point of fact, I'm on my way out. Just haven't figured where I'm going yet. Not a whole lot of places out there that don't think Waidwin's legacy started with Waidwin. We could travel together. Where are you headed? Some place called Caed Noir. How did she say it? There's an old watcher there who might be able to help me.
Seem to remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before. Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
There's a fine reason, if I ever heard one. Hey, Fluffy Bunny, thank you for the host. Thank you very much. Yeah, I will do that. Sorosama, Lamia, I will try to recap story from time to time. And since we don't have a whole lot of it yet, I think that last recap was probably about all we have now. But I think that's a really good idea. Since this is going to be a long game with a long story, and most people popping in and out won't have much context, we'll do that. And thank you again for the host, Fluffy Bunny. Have a good night. Fluffy Power. Fluffy Power. Everybody, check out Fluffy Bunny's channel sometime. He plays a lot of RPGs. If you like RPGs, you're gonna see a lot of good stuff there. Fallout, and definitely gonna see other RPGs, playing Dragon Age, Inquisition, and there'll be a lot of good stuff there. I think we have a lot of games in common that we like. You'll probably see me over there a bit too. Although our stream times also cross over a little bit. We'll deal with that.
All right, then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
Okay, let's get going. So we have 2 companions. Let's level up Adir. He's at least a little closer to his portrait. And so he has athletics and, oddly enough, a little bit of lore and survival. Since he is a tank, he's going to be a tank, right? Fighter, probably a tank. Maybe having some consumable duration bonuses would be good. Athletics, I'm pretty sure if we're pumping our athletics, we don't really need to pump his because we'll be in the party, and so if we have the highest athletics, we should always be able to pass a check. I mean, unless we just pump his athletics all the way up past ours, at which point I don't think ours would matter too much as long as he's with us, so I don't know. Unless anybody has a different suggestion, I think we'll stick with athletics and survival for Adir. Rapid recovery. Constant recovery, +1 endurance. Or a bonus knockdown. So one of his moves is a knockdown. Knockdowns are very useful. Extra 1 would be very useful. Engagement limit increases so he can fight more enemies effectively at the same time. Very important for a tank, right? Disengagement attack lessens the penalties from disengagement attacks, or gives you a bonus to defense. Well, let's go with rapid recovery. Pretty basic. Should help keep him up a little bit. Keep his endurance up. We'll need him to stay up. Oh, and he has 2 levels. So, what do we have here? Defender, modal. Slows him down, but gives him more engagement. More enemies he can engage at the same time. And some deflection. Or a different stance that is an aura, a deflection aura. So he loses some of his own accuracy, but perhaps anyone around him, 2 meters around him, gets a deflection bonus. So if you're standing near this tank and he has that, it'll work. It'll work better. I think we do want him as a tank. We're not trying to make him a heavily offensive fighter. Unless someone thinks we should. But I'm leaning towards tank. We don't have one yet. We're going to need one, and we are not one. So I think Defender. And we can come back to those other skills when we get more levels. Alright. So the Old Watcher, we need to travel to Caed Noir, southeast of the Gilded Vale, past the Black Meadow. So we're in the Gilded Vale, and we're trying to make it to Caed Noir, southeast. We said it's through the Black Meadow. We don't have the Black Meadow on our map, but we will. It will be in between.
Sure.
We have everybody. Whole party, please. So let's see if we can, when we exit to the south, we have a new location, Megren's Fork. I'm sure there's a lot of quests in town. I know I've done some of them when I did start this game before and played the first act. I'm thinking we'll let side quests be more dictated by what we run into. Maybe. That's where we'll start. For this playthrough, we'll advance along the main quest line, and then when we run into things that are interesting, we'll do them. But we won't necessarily go poking in every corner of the town because we're there. I do play RPGs like that a lot. Find everything, take every quest, loot every box. Might be a little extra tedium, though, especially if we're trying to read stuff as we go. So when we're in a town like that, rather than run to every location and talk to every person, I think we're going to stay on task until we run into people. So we're being sent to Caed Noir by way of the Black Meadow that we haven't found. And we haven't really explored the town, but we're going to move on. I'm sure we'll be back. So on the world map, we can head south from here. It appears we can head south from here, but we want to head east. We want to head east from here.
Hey. Yes? Indeed.
Oh, we need everybody.
Saw you in the flames.
Oh, who was that? Someone was there, and he's gone. Saw you in the flames. A statue of Megren, goddess of war and flame. Dozens of names have been scratched into the stone at her feet, supplicants seeking her blessing. Oh, he's still there. Durance. Squatting at the base of this statue is an incredibly ugly man, with bulging red cheeks, raked by pox scars, and a scraggly beard. He is sweating as if he has a fever, but his breathing is measured and steady, like a slow push of a blacksmith's bellows. But that comparison feels strange and unwelcome. The next comparison, possibly sparked by his grin, is that of a bear trap. And then out of nowhere, there is a hint of alchemical fire that fades almost as soon as you identify the smell.
Come to pray at the statue?
The question mark is barely there. As the man makes the statement, the statue takes on a reddish cast, as if one is holding a torch to it, then slowly blossoms into waving flames. The man doesn't turn as the statue blossoms into fire.
The others are welcome, but it's best if just you and I trade words, and your shadows stay quiet. Hands off their weapons, both arcane and steel. It's only you I want to trade words with anyway. I swear before the whore that is Margaret, no harm will come to you in her shadow, if that's enough of a promise for you. If not...
A staff rests easily in his hand. It wasn't there a moment ago. We don't have any lore knowledge of Magrin. Examine the statue, study the man, focus your gaze on the staff. Study the man. The sudden weaving flames from the statue of Magrin cast more light on his features. The man's robes are dirty, stained with grease and other marks of the road. The hems of his robes, including the sleeves, are burned at the edges, as if he walked a great distance across a fire, then reached into the flames with his hands to pull something out. But while his hands are thick and calloused, they bear no burn or scorch marks. Focus your gaze on the staff. The staff looks thick, stout, of blackened ash once burned by a terrible fire. Beneath the ash, the lines in the wood bear shapes and patterns, and there is certainty the staff was once something far more dangerous, but not now. As you study it deeper, it shimmers slightly in your eyes, like water catching the light weaving across the statue. Whatever power was bled from the staff, it doesn't make it, or the wielder, any less dangerous. You look up to see the man watching you, studying the staff. As his gaze meets yours, he nods with a humorless smile. I didn't catch your name, or why you want to speak with me.
I didn't give it. You probably find names as useless as I do. The names that litter this world like debris are hard enough to wrap around the tongue. And what do they matter?
Boy, is he right or is he right? Hard enough to wrap around the tongue.
It's what's beneath the skin and the letters I care about. What burns within. It's more important to me you're a watcher than whatever culture or accent decorates your letters like awkward crowns. Take pride in your actions, not where you hail from, or how your name rolls off whatever liar's tongue coats it now. If you need a title to hang on me to match your own, Watcher, then call me Durance. And as you observe souls, I test them.
How did you know I was a watcher? Durance shakes his head, and his hand curls tightly on his staff. I can see the questions bubbling up. Let's burn them away, one by one.
I am a missionary. I walk this diseased nation with its heathen, its people so careless with the spirits of others and their own, watchers among them. Yes, I know you for what you are, and your name doesn't interest me. Names are for honest folk, and you are a crack that shines light from another place. We're meant to travel together, you and I. Saw you in the flames. Not your face, but that soul of yours. All tightened up, like a huntsman's knot.
You saw my soul in the flames?
There's things we can teach each other. If you're in need of answers to your mantle of questions. I don't force my words on anyone other than you. I don't care who walks with you or what their mewling problems and politics are. There's enough howling in the world without me stoking that fire. I won't take from your provisions, don't need much on the road. I can carry my weight, which is considerable.
He inhales, again giving you the impression of a blacksmith bellows, and he smiles, almost proudly.
Many will stand against you. They probably already have, from what I can see. Left their marks, it seems. Like a trail, worming its way behind you.
If your stone mistress there allows it, then come on.
Her? Don't fear her jealousy. Let us see what the road holds, Watcher.
Durance. An extremely ugly man, so we were told. He is a priest. Although an interesting priest, because while you might think a priest would follow a... I don't know what I'm trying to say. A god... Would a priest follow a god of fire? Is that your first thought when you think priest? I guess if we're talking Game of Thrones, we might. But we're not going there. Don't want to spoil any of that. So he is definitely our lore master, no question about it. And we could, so he's our lore master, and do we want to just do lore? Or do we want to give him a secondary skill? For simplicity's sake, for now, we'll just do lore. But it's tempting to build him up, excuse me, with something else like mechanics. But again, mechanics might not be too helpful if we don't have stealth in combination with it. So whoever does mechanics, we may want stealth as well. Or I might have my head up my rear and someone can set me straight on that. Class, priest, brilliant radiance. Area of effect, attack. Area of effect, daze. Do we have another lore? Not yet, I don't think. Adir only had one lore. Aloth might have had some lore. He might have had a bit of lore, but not as much as Durance. So I think pure lore works good. I think that makes sense. Inspired Flame, a passive effect, accuracy, with sword or arquebus. Now, that's a sword or a gun. It's like a blunderbuss, I think, kind of. But special version. But he's a staff user. I don't know how that works. How that would work. Would we switch his weapons then to make that useful? Radiance modifies Holy Radiance. An aura of some sort. So Holy Radiance is must be an aura that he has, and we can modify it. Inspiring, accuracy, or enemies take damage, or something else. How about a daze? Let's go for an area of effect daze. What do you think? Another level. We're going to pump the lore. So here's that interesting question, coming back to it. And if anyone knows, if anyone's played Pillars before and knows, feel free to answer this directly. We've got 2 points left. We cannot upgrade lore. We need 5. If we save those 2 points, will we have 8 at our next level? Or will we be losing those 2 points? I'd like to think they roll over. And even though I played the first act, I don't remember. Oh, geez, it says right here. Okay, it says right there. It does say. I don't think it used to say. I bet they patched that in recently. I was playing 1.4, and this is version 1.6, so there are 2 patches since I played the first act. Very clear. Okay, we're saving the points for lore. So, we have a few companions now. We have a fighter, we have a wizard, we have a priest, and we have ourselves a ranger. And we are headed to Caed Nua to look for another watcher. We don't really know what a watcher is. We know we are one. A little bit of an answer to that. This game was a Kickstarter. We talked a little bit about that. One thing we're probably not going to do, although it's very cool that it's in here, is read all the Kickstarter stories. And what those are There are going to be NPCs all over this game with, I think, yellow tags. They all have tales. We can, as a watcher, we can read their souls and know things about their past and their person. And the Kickstarters, the donors, the backers, got to contribute their own stories. So the backers of this game are in the game, and there are a ton of them. They are everywhere. Some of the stories are good, and some of them aren't so good. But if we start reading those stories, it will be correct. Whoever said this would take 20 years was probably correct. So we won't do that. We won't do that. But you'll see them, and we'll stop at one or two just to make a point of it. Our story is going to take us east as we look for another Watcher and try and discover what a Watcher is. So let's head east. Come upon a house. Don't know what this house may be. Not much of a house. Rope and grappling hook. There will probably be some locations where one option is to use a tool, a rope or grappling hook, and another might be to use an athletic skill or something like that. Will-o-wisp. Will-o-wisp. Well, we don't really have tactics in place yet. We haven't rebuilt our formations. So, Leroy! Not much trouble with one will-o-wisp. Doubt they're going to be coming alone very often. So there's Black Meadow. We were told it was on the way. And perhaps we can go straight through, but you never know what we'll run into. Like a forest troll. Let's not advance on his position. Let's actually fix our formations here. So yeah, that's great. Let's put our wizard in the front. Doesn't that make sense? How did they design that? Default. Let's have our tank in the front. And let's put the wolf in the middle. Why not? Okay, so we got a formation, and let's not advance really. Just go a little ways and let the troll come to us. Everyone on the troll. Now, if we want to, we can pause mid-combat and micromanage attacks, knock down the troll. Interdiction condemns the priest foes. Throw out a daze. At some point in the game, we will have to do all of that all the time. Micromanage things. But for now, just playing around a little bit, getting used to it. I think the pop-up in the corner was really, which direction? Pop-up in that corner was very useful. Not in an earlier version of the game. That gave a full list of stats in real time on that troll. That's useful. I don't remember that.
Right.
Now, I'm going to go south a little bit. My spider sense, well, wasn't telling me about the white, but somewhere there's another companion that I vaguely remember that I want to find. So I'll wander to try and find her at a few points. Oh! Alright! Saw 1, actually 5. Actually 5. Or more. Or more. So let's see. Durant has an area daze once per encounter, so we've got another use of it. And they're all advancing our position, so we'll drop it a little closer to us. And everybody pick the first. Oh, but they flanked.
I fear we've lost the angry one.
Yeah, fear we have lost the angry one. Well, we really don't want Durance in. Come on. In the front line. But he will go up to the front line to beat on people with his staff. He will just keep doing it. He will keep doing it. What can we do about that? Because the range is only 1.75 meters on his staff, so our priest is going to be running up to all the enemies. Unless we switch him to something that has range. So his second weapon set is a rod, not as powerful. His staff is much better. Increased reach, hardly. Burning lash, it's a bonus. But the rod has a 10-meter range. So we're going to switch him to this cheesy-looking rod. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Anyways, should help keep him at a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Named boots. Constitution. Named boots. Well, so who picked them up? I don't see them. Who's got the boots? There they are. Constitution. Let's put them on Adair. Give him some more health. Well. Okay. Well, something extra is going on here. I'm not sure why the world just closed in on us. Like when we were speaking to the troll. The dwarf in the tree. The troll. This is the troll! This is the troll. Mark the troll for death. Stun the troll. And, so wizard spells. How many uses do we have? We have the number 3 over the level 1 wizard spell box means until we rest, we can only cast a grand total of 3 spells. 3 fireballs, 3 magic missiles, whatever. Dazzling lights. Fan of flames. Minor missiles, yeah, magic missiles. We'll go ahead and use one for fun. Deer can try and knock him down. So he's marked, he's dazed. He did not get knocked down. It doesn't appear. I don't think everyone's fighting. Come on, people. There we go. Notice Durance is actually staying back and didn't take any hits this time. So that's good. Durance will stay back if we keep him with the rod. Aloth has got... is that also a rod? He is using a scepter. It has a rapier as a second weapon set. That's odd. Aloth has leveled up. Ah, I was wrong. Oh man, Morgans, I was wrong. I was wrong. We did have another lore. Now we have 2 lores. I mean, two 2 pumped lures. So, what do we do with that? What do we do with that? One's a wizard, one's a priest. For now, we'll keep them both with us. But we may not always have them both with us. So it's not necessarily bad to have 2 lore characters. And I still don't know how the lore is going to work in dialogues if it's not on the main character. Guess we'll find out. Tell you what, let's keep Durance on lore. Let's keep Durance on lore. And maybe pump mechanics on Eloth. For now. I mean, we'll need someone with mechanics, and we might end up with more than one person with some mechanics. We don't have anyone who can pop chests right now, so at least he'll be able to do that. It's not knock, but our wizard will open chests. Kind of works. I don't even know if knock is a spell in this game, but it could be. Get to pick 2 level 2 spells. Binding Web, AoE Hobbled, but not faux AoE, so we don't want to be throwing webs on our companions. Damage over time, faux AoE, Combusting Wounds. Resistance. Oh, well, come on. We're not really picking these yet. Curse of Blackened Sight. Faux AoE Blind. That might be useful. Faux AoE Blind. And what about this? Infuse with Vital Essence. Temporary Vitality. Well, that could be very useful too. It's just a self-effect, so he could strengthen himself. Our caster drops very easily, so if he can give himself some more endurance and health in the middle of a battle, it might just keep him up longer. Check a couple others. Necrotic Lance. Corrodes a single target. Ray of Fire. Not just at a target, but the ray will burn everything in the way as the ray travels. Target and beam. Target and beam. Rolling Flame. I actually remember trying that before, and it's kind of odd. It's like Ball of Lightning or Ball of Fire. It just kind of moves around. It's not terribly controllable. So let's start with Curse of Blackened Sight and infuse with Vital Essence. I don't see any suggestions here, so we're going to go with that. Does he have another level? No, it's just one. Okay.
Right.
Seems to be some dragon bones. The bones feel as hard as stone, yet surprisingly light. Well, clearly they're not dragon bones from Skyrim, then. Clearly not from Skyrim. So here we are, Caed Noir. We're actually moving place to place very quickly, and we could probably have spent all night in the Gilded Vale doing side quests. But as I said, I think we'll try to move the story along and then do side quests as they seem appropriate as we run into them. Instead of trying to find them all, we're going to stay on task, let the story unfold. I'm going to try and recap the story every 30-40 minutes or so. But it's looking like sometimes 30 or 40 minutes will go by and the story will not really have changed. So we'll do it when it makes sense. We're here to find an old watcher. We're here to find an old watcher. But we're just at the gates. And here's a goofball of a companion. Kana. Just off the side of the path into Caed Noir stands an imposing figure. A tall, thick-set Amawa, clad in worn armor and peering up at the outer walls of the keep. In his hand is a small piece of charcoal, and it works feverishly at taking notes upon a small scrap of paper. More than once he has to reach up to prevent his colorful cap from falling off his head as he gazes upwards. That moldy brickwork must be fascinating. The man looks over at you, blinking in surprise. His face splits in a wide and very toothy grin, and he waves the parchment in greeting.
It is. Well, not the wall itself, perhaps. The construction is very traditional. There are names scratched upon some of the bricks, just there. Workers and masons, I expect, carving a little immortality for themselves. It's a fine keep, Caed Noir. 2 centuries to its name, and abandoned for nearly as long. But the truly interesting part is in there, and I haven't had much luck in reaching the keep itself. I hoped to find the master of this place, a man by the name of Maerwald, but it seems that he either holds his privacy most dear, or else has been devoured by his house guests.
So Kana is looking for Maerwald, the master of this place. We are looking for Maerwald because he is the old watcher that the dead dwarf woman hanging from the tree, the gallows tree in Gilded Vale. She told us to seek him out. I came here looking for Maerwald as well.
Oh, truly? Then perhaps we can help one another. The grounds are infested with all manner of beasts. I've never seen the like. I didn't want to risk it alone, but you seem capable. Together, I'm sure we could manage it. And then we can both ask our questions of Maerwald. I seek a great treasure, you see. Not gold or silver, but the Tanvi Oratoa. You might call it the Book of Virtues. It's a sacred text of the Rauatai, but we possess only a fragment of it. A year I've journeyed in search of the rest, and I uncovered evidence that leads me to believe the original lies just there, beneath the keep.
So we're filling up on companions pretty quick. It's good. We're getting an assortment of classes that we could use. Morgan's Fist, thank you for the follow, and welcome again. It's good to have you here. Channel's going to have a lot of different games on it, not just RPGs. We're going to be doing Last of Us and Grounded in the middle of the week here. But I'm glad you're here. Seems like you're enjoying it. Seems like you might have a history with this type of game. So, cheers. Excellent. And I'll take any feedback you've got. Why would this Tanvi Oratoa be here in the Dyrwood? Precisely. That is the very question, he laughs. It is a long and twisting tale, my friend, as all good chance should be. I can tell you more, if you wish it, in time. Then we must find it.
Excellent. Lead on, my friend, and I will be at your heels. Ah, wait. Speaking of that, I ought to warn you first. Wondrous teeth, I nearly forgot. I have, at times, been followed. It began in Adir, and in Exometal they attacked outright. I believe they do not wish for me to find what I am looking for.
Exometal. So I wasn't that far off. Exometal. That one's just hard to pronounce.
I say believe, but I have been told as much by one of my would-be assassins. I pay them little mind. Humorless sorts in long robes. But it's why I bought the sword, you see. And it's only fair that you should know.
What are a few assassins between friends?
I'm glad you're not discouraged. Come then. Who knows what we will find inside?
Who knows? All right. So we have, we can have 5 companions with us. We have 4 right now. Kana, level 2 Chanter. So, okay, I was confused before. When I was setting up our main character and the classes, and I was talking about an NPC we're going to meet who was a Chanter, I was thinking of someone else who I'm still looking for. He is the chanter. So this is the bard. This is the bard of the party. And while they have very powerful spells that do not have limits per encounter or limits per rest, they do need to sing and chant long enough to build up the power to unleash these spells. So our chanter is going to be an interesting character. I am terrible with bards. I mean, historically terrible with bards. I understand the idea, but, well, you'll see. It's very cool in this game. It's still going to be weird for me. But the songs have, his chants have stories. They're actually relevant to the buffs that he's going to put out with these chants. You'll see. We'll get there. Another character with lore. Another lore character. I don't know about that. It makes sense for a chanter, a bard, to know things and have lore. But are we just going to pump every character full of lore? We shouldn't do that. So what do we do with this guy? What do we do with Kana? Not athletics, but do we forget lore and try and turn him into a stealthy lock picker? Or say to heck with it and pump his lore for I don't know what reason. Why would we do that? Lore and mechanics. I'm not opposed to having a couple characters with mechanics, so if we end up switching party members, we have more than one person who can pop locks. And I don't think we're going to invest in mechanics ourselves unless we change our mind. Or unless someone changes our mind for us. So at the risk of doubling up again, let's pump him with mechanics and then consider giving him some stealth at some point. Alright, so these are his chants. This is very cool. We have to pick a chant, a level 1 chant. But Rennie Darrett's ghost, he would not rest. It's the name of the chant. But Rennie Darrett's ghost, he would not rest. Calls beyond the shroud and summons a phantom to fight for the party. Requires 3 phrases chanted. So after, we can't just unleash this spell. This spell which summons a phantom, we can't just unleash. We have to chant long enough before we can. And let's just glance at these. All of these level 1 spells require 3 phrases chanted. And that'll make more sense when we set up the phrases. If it ever makes sense at all. And Hel-Hireth crashed upon the shield. Reduces damage reduction. Crashed upon the shield. Damage reduction. Not felled by the axe, nor broken by the storm. Increases slash and shock damage. Damage reductions for the allies. Nor felled by the axe, nor broken by the storm. The thunder rolled like waves on the Black Seas. Creates a thunderous explosion that stuns and shoves enemies in the area of effect. I like that. Crush damage, push, stunned. I like that a lot. Thrice was she wronged and thrice justly avenged. Drains energy from the environment to create 3 bolts of lightning, causing shock damage to anyone in their path. White worms writhed in the bellies of the dead. Causes a nearby downed enemy to explode, expelling 3 white grubs and crushing nearby enemies. Well, that sounds pretty nasty too. Foe AoE, crush damage, or less crush damage, but a 4-meter push and a stun. I like the thunder rolled like waves on Black Seas. Class unlocks. Ancient Memory. Passive attack. So anyone near him will have endurance regen. That sounds good. Next level. Pump mechanics, and yeah, let's do it. Let's turn him into a potential stealth unlocker. I'm not sure why we have different level 1 phrases available here now. Oh, phrases, not spells. Phrases. So the phrases sound a little bit like the spells, but they are the smaller pieces. We have big spells with these grand names, and they're like little stories that unleash the power of the story behind them. And the phrases are like that too, but they're smaller. Dull the edge, blunt the point. Reduces slashing and piercing damage. Can you see the bard singing that? Middle of combat, the bard is singing a tale. Dull the edge and blunt the point. Or however he sings it. Thick grew their tongues, stumbling over words. Reduces concentration of enemies. Come, come, soft winds of death. Drains endurance from all enemies in the area. So they all sound good. Reduce slash damage, or reduce concentration, or reduce endurance. So, I don't know. Come, come, soft winds of death. Sounds good. Well, let's see if we can make sense, a little more sense of that. Where is he here? Character, chance.
Following your lead.
Try to remember how this works. So let's take a look. March of Kamoa. Here we go. Edit chance. So let's spend 2 or 3 minutes here, even though we're not about to fight with him, and we're probably not about to change anything. Just to look together at how this works. I understand the basic idea, but I don't know much about how this is going to function. Chanters spend most of their time in combat speaking chants, arranged in strings of magical phrases. As one phrase ends, its effects will linger, overlapping with the effects of the next phrase. When a chant reaches the end of the final phase, it will loop back to the beginning. Careful arrangement of phrases can produce powerful sequence of passive effects. So, we don't have much to work with now. At the sight of their comrades, their hearts grew bold. Emboldens your allies. Bonus to fortitude and will. Blessed was Wengrid, quickest of his tribe. Increases movement rate. And come, come, soft winds of death. So we have this 2-phrase chant, March of the Kamoa. Begins by emboldening our allies, and moves on to quickening our reflexes and movement. And can we add to that? Yes. So we've added a 3rd phrase, come, come, soft winds of death. So first, he will chant to embolden the allies, then he will speed us up, and then he will go to work on our enemies, draining a portion of endurance. More importantly, it will be 3 phrases. It will be 3 phrases, which means after he has chanted it, all 3 phrases, we will have access to the spells. If their bones still slept under that hill, none can say. Summoning 3 skeletons. Or the thunder rolled like waves on black seas, creating a thunderous explosion. So that should be interesting.
As you say.
And a little trickier to use than just Leroy! We definitely have to plan how we use him. Let's put him in the formation. Let's figure out our formation again here. Keeps moving. Every time we get a new companion, it all shakes up. Though that actually looks all right. That looks all right. That's fine. Let's just move my wolf up to my side. And were we not able to head in? He said he couldn't go in, but why couldn't he go in? Let's go around the side and see what we find. Well, there is something up here. One shattered cask. Still smells faintly of ale, long spilled into the dirt. Well, whatever it is up here, we can't really go in. Let's go look somewhere else. There's got to be a way in somewhere. Or we're not getting very far into this map. No. Let's check our journal. The Old Watcher, find Merwald. Kana Rua has been waiting outside the gates of the keep, hoping to find assistance in crossing the infested Bailey. He believes that Merwald may provide him with answers concerning the tablet he is searching for. It seems like we both seek this Old Watcher. Caed Noir is impressive in size, but little else. The keep is in complete disrepair. Well, it doesn't tell us much about getting in. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So... Oh.
It looks like this place has been abandoned for years.
A little bit less complicated than it looked. I thought we had no way to go through. You can see all the no-go sign I was looking at. But I didn't think about that too hard. We're in. And something is already here. A shadow. So rather than keep advancing, we'll let him... We've got incoming. So Kana will be chanting. I don't think we need to tell him to chant. He will chant. Marked target. We're not going to worry about a marked target yet. Blackened sight. I think for now, what we might want to do is just throw out a daze. Looks like the daze was going to hit one of our companions, but I think it's a faux AoE, right? So... shouldn't. You leave. Okay, Aloth is not in a good place. We'll see if we can move him, but he will suffer that disengagement penalty. As soon as he tries to move, his defenses, which are already bad, are going to get worse. And he will probably just die. He will probably just die. But we got to learn. We got to learn how to do this right, so... we'll watch him die as he tries to move. He is dying. He's about down. Have we done anything to anyone? Not too much. Not too effectively. And we can certainly split our party up in who they attack. But we don't have enough
take better care of that.
knowledge of how we want to do that yet, I don't think.
I have detected a
so it's still a bit of a Leroy. Lon the Stupid! Thank you for the follow and welcome. Hope you're enjoying Pillars. Don't know if you've played it before, or even if you haven't, you're welcome to contribute to how we play this. And how we build characters and decide our fate. The wolf is down. Lage is down, which means we will suffer quite a penalty here. As a ranger with our animal companion, bonded to our animal. Bonded grief. Our wolf went down. Bonded grief. We lose accuracy. We lose might. We lose resolve. We are hurt by the loss of our animal. And it will always be so.
Almost!
I picked this up a little bit after it came out, but I've only played the first act, and this is a fresh playthrough, so it's mostly blind. Yeah, why not? Use it as a promo video. See if you like the game. May get a little tedious. One thing we're doing is, it wasn't the plan, it's just kind of happening. I'm going to read out as much of the dialogue as I can. Fill in the blanks for the characters who speak, and then stop speaking. Try and keep it going. And at that point, maybe we'll give a little recap of the story. I know we just did some of this a few minutes ago, but maybe it's a good time for it. We don't know a whole lot about what journey we're on. We were traveling to Gilded Vale to settle, and our caravan was stopped on the way. And then we were attacked. We were accused of trespassing on some ruins. We got split up. Most of our companions were slaughtered in the caravan. We didn't know them, but they were all slaughtered. And we went off into these ruins, towards these ruins. And when we got there, we found this ancient machine and some hooded figures performing a ritual. Don't know what, a ritual. And then we were struck by a vision, and we traveled in this vision to another place, another time. And when we come out of this vision, we weren't given much information, but when we came out of this vision, the hooded figures that had been standing there had turned to ash, and the companions who had survived the caravan with us were dead by our side. And so we traveled on alone, and we did make it to the Gilded Vale. And in the Gilded Vale, we were told that there is a big problem that has been going on for years, where children are being born without souls. They call it Hollowborn, children born without souls. And Lord Redrick, who is not the leader of this land, but has control over the Gilded Vale, he was awaiting a child. He and his wife were awaiting a child. And the bell tolled 3 times to indicate a death in his family, and we don't know what is happening there, but the whole town is on edge. And they've been hanging people. They've been hiring magicians and animancers and anyone who might be able to address the problem of the Hollowborn, the children born without souls. And as Soru Saba pointed out, a lot like the Genophage in Mass Effect, which we just finished Mass Effect 2. It is kind of like the Genophage, although not imposed, just mysteriously there. But very few people are able to give birth to children that aren't just husks. And one of those animancers who was hung on the tree, we had another vision, and it was a dwarf woman, a powerful animancer, now dead, told us that we are a watcher. We are a watcher. We can look into people's souls. We can see their past. We can know things about them that they don't even know, even their past lives. And then we met a few people. We met a wizard, Aloth, who is a bit punchy. We met a priest, Durance, and so the game said, he is a very ugly man, the face covered in pox scars. And yeah, a little like the Curse of the Undead. More of Dark Souls, Curse of the Undead. I love Dark Souls too. Don't know when, but we will definitely be playing Bloodborne and Dark Souls on this channel as well. So we met a fighter named Adir, who was worried he was going to be hung. Actually, Adir is quite interesting because it'll come up more, and I don't know a lot of the game, but this first part even, it will develop more. He and his people worshipped a god, and one day this god showed up as a man. A man shows up with an army and says he is that god. And the people who worshipped this god turned on their god. When their god showed up as a man with an army and said, I am your god, they turned on him and blew him up. They turned on him, formed their own army, and blew him up. Because it couldn't be their god, right? Couldn't be their god. And we don't know much about that yet. But he told us that they blew him up. They blew up their god when their god showed up as a man. And, I think that's enough for now. We're heading to Caed Nua to look for a watcher. The dwarf woman hanging from the gallows tree, long dead, told us to go seek out this other watcher, named Mayorwald. We've run into a couple more people on the way. Hope that wasn't too long of a recap. So here we are at Caed Nua. One side of this pillar is graven with hundreds of whorls and ridges. Even under a layer of grime and moss, the Adra gleams. These Adra stones, these very large glassy stones, are almost living stones. They grow deep into the earth, and we don't know much about them. Let me check something here. Why did Aloth go up close? He has a 10-meter range on his scepter. Why would he have gone up close? I don't know. Hopefully he won't. Ouch. Oh. Apparently Adir has just been confused and would even fight us. So I hope Adir doesn't take out the wolf. Come on, everybody. Come on. Oh, wait. Take a look at this. My party is stuck. I haven't actually seen that. They are full on stuck. Let's get them out of there. Could you attack now? All right. So, fatigue. It's been mentioned. It'll be mentioned a lot. What will happen with fatigue is it will sneak up on us. Our companions will talk a little bit about how they're getting tired and they need to rest. We better pay attention because even minor fatigue is quite a penalty. Major fatigue is huge, and we'll need to rest. So it should ring a bell. It should sound familiar. I've never played Baldur's Gate either. I have the first one. That'll be great. Sometime we'll get to go back to those classics too. Lizard skins, knuckle bones, and teeth of various sizes lie among the weeds. Shadow, Phantom. The Phantom was much more dangerous, wasn't it? Ooh, and it's a whole group. Okay. Let's, Durance, throw out a daze. And where did... We're all clustered up here. We're going to have to work on formations as the game moves on. Combat formations more. I guess that's it for now. We'll just throw out a daze. And try and keep everyone on the Phantom for now. Ooh. And Adir was getting smoked. He's not still confused, is he? Shadow, Will-O-Wisp. There was an extra wisp in there I didn't see. Good thing Adir has some regen from the chance because he would be down already otherwise.
I don't suppose we could rest a spell.
So there you go. That's Aloth asking for a rest because he has minor fatigue already. It's a reason we may actually want to give each character some endurance. I think it's endurance that they would need, even if their class doesn't suggest it. By giving each character a bit of endurance, we should be able to keep some of our fatigue.
Right.
From getting out of control. What do we have here? The shelves creak under the books. Many of the covers are mottled with mildew. Cobwebs bind the remains of a broken alembic, a cracked mortar, and various shattered bottles and vials to the table. So not a lot here. Not a lot here. Rats skitter among the broken stairs. The sour odors of rancid grain and spoiled fruit permeate the air. Dust and rusted utensils cover the countertop. All right, well, we'll come back. Camera? Ah, yes. Why did it place the camera way off the map? I do not know. Bright Hollow. Since I have played the first act of this game, I do know where we are, more or less. I mean, I know what this place is, but I will, I'll bite my tongue for now.
Brave does not believe.
Aloth's so fragile. Although his endurance is reduced also because he is fatigued.
Leave our village! We've done nothing to you!
Hello?
You can't do this!
Spectral smoke churns all around you. At first, you can see nothing except the haze, but gradually you make out the wizened, hunched shape of an old elven man. His face and bone-thin arms are smeared with paint. Listen, let's listen.
This is our village, our home! The Nine Claws have lived here almost 50 generations. We were here long before your kind brought war to our lands. You can't just burn it all!
You can't tell whether he's squinting through the smoke or scowling at you.
Have mercy, soldier! Our warriors have all gone! You can't burn us all because of them!
He reaches out to you and opens his mouth to say something, but all that emerges is a series of violent coughs. He falls to his knees, choking on the thickening smoke. Flames overtake the vision as you back away. I guess we could go inside, but there is something here. Small flame blight. Oh, two of them. Okay. Flames sound awful painful. That's a good thing.
Got him!
They don't seem too hardy. If you noticed, our chanter here has this number in the corner. Takes a few seconds before he's at 3 phrases, and we haven't unleashed any of his spells yet. But we'll be watching for that when we get into some bigger battles.
Right away.
He will be quite powerful. Alright, let's go in. Let's go in here. That's kind of the spoiler on the screen right now that I was trying to avoid. Once you have access to the stronghold, this place will be our stronghold. Spoiler alert, this place will be our stronghold.
Well,
not much of a spoiler. Not much of a spoiler. It's what's happening now.
That's unusual.
Alright. Now watch, so Adir is already on the front lines, and if I have him switch to the shadow, it'll probably be a disengagement penalty. So even though it might kill him, I'm going to keep Adir on these phantoms. And we'll let everybody else try to finish this shadow and then move up very quickly. Oh, and there's more incoming. More incoming. And alright. So Adir is alone, getting slaughtered. Our chanter does not have 3 phrases up, so he cannot cast a spell yet. We can have Durance throw out a stun. And do a little micromanagement here. Let's have Aloth start working on that phantom. Durance is going to already cast. Okay, and let's have Adir join him and switch to that phantom. Hopefully no disengagement penalty. Uh-oh. When a character's health bar flashes red, they may soon be maimed or killed. Adir's in trouble. We knew that. If health reaches 0, the character will drop. So it is a difficulty setting in an option in the game whether they are straight killed or whether they're incapacitated first, and we're definitely going with in-cap. It's going to be a little tougher if we don't. So, what have we wrought? This does not look good. Not good at all. Let's, not good at all. Let's have everybody except Adir on the close target. That worked. He went down fast. So how quickly can we get everyone around to help Adir? The wolf is fast. The wolf is fast. That's good. One phantom down. Everybody on the other phantom. Now, we do have something of a heal. Holy Radiance, once per encounter. Let's give it a go. I guess the encounter's over. But we should get in the habit of doing that earlier in the encounter. Right.
If it makes you rest easier.
We really do need to rest. We really do need to rest. Steward, as you come to the end of the Great Hall, you perceive an inviting warmth radiating from a grand throne wrought out of marble. Its masterful artistry out of place amidst the castle's more practical stonework. The veiled face of a woman is carved above the throne's backing, watching over the room with hollow eyes. As you approach, you feel the warmth fluctuate, as though stirring. A voice rings out from the carving, permeating the fortress through stone and air.
Another watcher in Cadnua, glowing very brightly indeed to these eyes. What strange happenstance.
You know what I am?
One could hardly mistake it. You're burning like a candle. Of course, I also know what to look for. In any case, I assume you're here looking for Maerwald?
Yes, we are. Are you imprisoned in that throne?
Imprisoned? At times it feels that way, I suppose. But it's more that I reside here. The throne was brought up from the ruins. One of the first things they found. As a last favor to a dying woman, the Earl arranged for me to be moved into it. Adra is an accommodating vessel for a soul.
Adra is those glassy stones, those living stones growing up. Although this doesn't look like Adra, to me.
Oh, it's not as confining as it seems. I can feel the whole keep from here, and all things that are tied to it. There's something about this throne and its construction. Or maybe it's something about this place.
Tell me more about Maerwald.
He was a great man. He came here one day, young with long hair and polished armor, and he banished the dark things that had come to lurk in this place after centuries of neglect. He could see the beauty of this place, the way it had been, so he claimed it for his own when no one else would take it. We worked together to restore it. But he began to grow distant some time ago. He never told me why. He retreated deeper and deeper into the keep, never leaving, sending servants for food, hiding himself from my sight. The restoration stopped. Now, to look at the place, you'd never know the progress we'd made. In most places, it's worse than it ever was. And all I can do is watch it crumble around me.
Any idea where I can find Maerwald?
I can feel his presence faintly somewhere deeper inside the keep. But he uses his gifts to confound me, and my senses are dulled while he does so. I only wish I could know his mind.
Farewell is our only option. Doesn't seem like this conversation is at an end, though, does it?
Take care in your search. Many dangers lie in wait here.
And a door opens. And a door opens. Okay. Well, let's rest. We need to rest here. Camping supplies. Sounds good. Not allowed in this area. It doesn't sound as good as I thought, apparently. Let's pop out the front door and rest because, geez. Look at Adir. His health is at about 25%. Aloth is in about the same boat. So, let's go outside real quick and rest. Ooh, a sword, a unique sword, just sitting here in a vase. One-handed. Well, let's take it. Let's give it to Adir, and let's see how much better that is. So he is right now using a saber, 15 to 22 slash, and that is a sword, 13 to 19 slash, with some bonuses. Spirit Slaying of will -3, so it probably reduces his will, but has some nice bonuses. I don't know. Let's try it. I don't know how that will or won't help, but we'll give it a shot. Let's give him that stupid-looking helmet, too, while we're at it. There you go. It looks less stupid on you than it did on me. Oh, and that sword has a nice glow to it. Win-win. Win-win. All right. Let's go rest up. Okay. Let's go explore. Once we have claimed this keep, we will be able to rest here without using supplies, so that'll be nice. The gray and brown pelts of mice flit between the boards. Did she say where we want to look for him? Visions, the old watcher. Lamia, do you have a cat? Do you have a cat? It was the cat. That's better. That's even better. Well, tell the cat hi for me. Tell the cat hi. The keep seems abandoned. There are spirits here, as there were in Gilded Vale. Creatures, too. Seems I have to explore further if I'm to find answers. Well, this was the door that opened, so actually let's go that way first.
There's my little soldier.
Okay. Mother? Mother?
Been out playing soldier again, have we? Go wash up and come help me shuck these peas.
As you draw nearer, the apparition in front of you resolves into an elven woman. Her stringy hair is tied back, and she tugs at a loose thread on her apron. There's a distant, hollow look in her eyes until she notices you. She turns from you long enough to produce a basket that, like her, is shimmering and semi-transparent. And no complaints. You've got to eat your vegetables if you want to grow up strong and be a real soldier one day. Just like we agreed, right? She watches you out of the corner of her eye. Say nothing.
Soldiers are important people. They defend the weak and punish the wicked. You're too young to understand now, but there are lots of wicked people. People like the man who murdered your father.
She crushes another husk between finger and thumb. She's picking shells with a torn fingernail. Remind me what happened to my father?
Before you were born, the Glanfathans attacked settlers like us. They said we'd knocked over some of their special Adra rocks. That's why they call it the Broken Stone War. They got very angry, and so they came into our villages and killed many people. Your father was one of them.
A pod slips out of her grasp, and she jabs the side of her finger with a jagged thumbnail. She says nothing as the skin slowly turns from white to red. I see.
That's why you'll be a soldier one day. To protect And to avenge. Why don't you go back out and play? I'll finish up here.
She stares at the trickle of blood on her finger. And she's gone. Down we go. Dungeons. We are in the dungeons. Well, I guess let's do a little bit of sneaking. No, that's not it. Sneaking.
Yeah?
And all the better that we did. Because look at that. We've got spiders everywhere. I don't know how effectively I can pull. The problem if I pull is that I'm a ranger, and of course they'll come right to me and shred me. But somebody's got to do the pulling, right? Somebody's got to do the pulling. Although our formation looks all messed up right now. Let me sneak over here a little bit. Nope, there's stuff everywhere. Spinners, spiders, spiderlings. This could be a little hairy. This could be a little hairy. I'm sure they will all rush in when they see us. Any thoughts? It's probably not a terribly hard battle, but I am probably not the one who should be in front here. Let's bring our whole party up in formation. Why is... Something's wrong here. Why is Aloth in the front? Because it's a narrow corridor and our formation falls apart in a narrow corridor. Let's bring him back to the back with us. And it won't really work until we have space to get into formation, but there you go. Don't know why they haven't seen us. Collectively, we have very little stealth, so they should have seen us, right?
Let's go.
And it's on. Ah! How did Adir get whomped so badly so fast? How the heck did he get whomped? Stuck. Defender. I wonder if he didn't get a disengagement penalty already just from trying to switch targets. Adir... No, everybody on that, except Adir, stay on the spear. In fact, Adir, knock down... I don't know if you can knock down a spider very effectively, but we're going to try.
Hey.
He did! Look at that. Knock down on the spider. Alright, we're in it. We're in it to win it. Yes, everybody on the spear. Alright. So having not been knocked out, Adir should regen. I would assume he would regen all his endurance, right? Yes. He did take some actual health damage, but not a whole lot. After tonight's playthrough, I will probably map out some more keys. Again, I'm using this G13 keyboard here. Long story short, pain issues, normal keyboard and mouse, not so hot for me. I play games with controllers. I'm using a trackball and a G13. So I've mapped most of the game controls, but I've mapped them poorly. I'm going to be fixing some of the mappings for tomorrow. And unless I wake up tomorrow with no voice, we will do, I think, another night of Pillars tomorrow. And go to The Last of Us on Wednesday and Thursday, like planned. We'll do The Last of Us on Grounded, and then probably come back to Pillars at the end of the week, Friday, Saturday, unless we decide to do something else and come back to Pillars on Monday. We'll see. We'll see. All right, we have definitely been spotted by everyone. Let's take half our team and turn them around. Keep a couple of them on the spiderlings. This is pretty sloppy, though. Let's have Durance throw out a daze. And yeah, it's we're kind of hurting here. And we're watching for Kana to get to 3 phrases because he can unleash some serious damage once he gets there. Oh boy, we are hurting. How about that radiance? Tell you what, Adir is doing all right, so let's have everybody switch targets. Everybody switch targets except Durance, who's doing the Radiance. That spear spider is hit so hard. Am I down? I'm down. I'm down. At least everybody else is up. Well, it is messy. That is messy. Okay. That one.
I shall deal with this one.
At some point, we'll figure out how we want to start flanking things. But we don't have much of a handle on that yet. Yes? Are we still engaged? I guess we're still engaged here. Okay.
These ones are in for a walloping!
At least they're spiderlings, not spears. That spear spider was appropriately named. It was a real beating from that spider. Okay. I live again. Well, these dungeons are nice and pleasant, aren't they?
Of course.
These cells look mostly empty. Oh. New orders, Lieutenant. Ready your squad. Who is this? Commander. A spectral man, arrayed in armor and an officer's cloak, studies a single sheet of paper. You can see straight through it to the ducal and Adir insignias on his breastplate. To the ducal and Adir insignias on his breastplate. He seems to read over the page several times before looking up at you. When he does, his expression is unreadable.
There's been a change of plans. Take your squad and march south all the way to the bow in the river. Bring a wagon team and a dozen barrels of pitch.
His voice falters, and he shakes his head. The hand holding the paper drops to his side. Listen.
The instructions come from Admet Hadred himself, which means they might as well have come from the Duke. We're to burn those hut dwellers out. Set fire to the Deerwood so they've nowhere to retreat. Cut them down when they come out. Or let them blaze if they won't.
A ghostly sigh forms a mist in front of his lips.
It'll make this even shorter than the Broken Stone War, all right. And we can only hope it'll discourage future conflicts. I know this is personal for you. It is for many of us. But understand, we're doing this to end this war, not to continue the last one. Remember that we're flushing out the enemy, not burning villages for sport. Bareth will have his work cut out for him tonight.
If you're wondering what he's talking about, I do not know. I mean, past battles, but I don't know what he's talking about really at all. And I hope we find out. Because so far it's a bit confusing. But as a watcher, having these visions is certainly something that we will have a lot of. We will see into people's past lives, and apparently a lot of ghosts with lots of stories. This lock requires 3 mechanics and 4 lockpicks, or 4 mechanics. Now, I believe we have someone with 4 mechanics, so that'll work. Was that Durance? Who did I pump with mechanics? It was Kana. Okay, so Kana's already got 5 mechanics. And that was, I guess, a good move. That was good. Because we do have a lockpicker and we won't even have to use the lockpicks. He can just...
I'll have it. We'll take those farmers
pop
by
the lock.
surprise.
And even though I didn't send him proper to the door, his skills applied. Unlocked with mechanics. No lockpicks used. Raider, another ghost.
Almost time. Di and Heather scouted the village last night. They're rounding up the rest of the party now.
An elven man turns to face you. His cheeks, his forearms, and the cartilage of his long, pointed ears are smeared with indigo and blue paints. He grins wickedly beneath a thatch of wild hair. Say nothing.
Don't worry. Everyone remembers the raid was your idea. The Rio had to go along with it after you'd gotten the rest of the clan riled up. No one once had said that the Nine Claws were too cowardly to stand with the rest of the tribe when the foreigners desecrated our ruins.
I see. Except I don't.
The tribes need more leaders like you. Women who value deeds over words.
The ghostly warrior gives you a long, covetous look. His semi-transparent eyes blaze as they crawl over you. He reaches towards your cheek, but stops midway, his splayed fingers quivering as a tremor of doubt runs through him. So apparently we are being seen as a... Well, not the same person, right? Didn't the mother upstairs spoke to us as a son? As a son that was going to grow up to be a soldier? Or was she speaking to us as a woman? Obviously, we are a woman, a warrior, as this raider sees us.
You were right. We were too soft when the foreigners first came, and now they humiliate us. We'll be soft no more, and the invaders will learn to leave us alone once and for all.
He drops his hand to his side instead, drawing a notched blade from his belt. A fine rapier.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, that's not going... Oh, well, okay. Leroy engaged. I really should have done proper scouting here. Look at that. We've got 2 spears. We already know what those spears do. Well, this could go very poorly. We're going to have Durance throw out an interdiction, a daze, and then try to follow it up with a quick radiance and get some regen going before this all falls apart. We'll send a deer to knock one of them down if he can. And what do we have for spells? Let's try the Curse of Black... Oh, look at how small that is. Let's try the Curse of Blackened Sight. Are we not able... Does it not apply to spiders? Looks like this may be telling us it's not going to work. Tell you what, let's just have him boost his own strength. Can we can cast that on a different target? Infuses the caster. So why does it let us cast it on other people if it infuses the caster? I don't know. Actually, he's still doing his blindness thing. No, stop. Switch. Not sure I understand why they're both selected. Maybe that's a bug. At any rate. Let's mark this spear. Let's see what happens. Okay, Kana's in a bad spot already. But Hadir's in a worse spot. I think we just created a choke point in reverse. We are choked at the door and can do nothing. And they're going to eat us alive. And they were going to eat us alive. Let's have everybody here cut through the spiderlings as fast as they can. And come join Hadir. 1 down. Come on.
That's it.
Quick. 2 down. All right. So we can get through the choke point, I hope. And let's have everybody advance. Which was our original target. The deer's now in a pincer attack.
Stand still.
And paying for it dearly. Did we take the extra knockdown? I think we did. Let's save that for a moment. Or not. Let's have Hadir knock down this one while everybody else stays on the other. He's almost dead. knockdown worked. This is working. Okay, everybody on the spear. Spiderling isn't doing much. Spear down, Spiderling down. Alright. We'll get it. We'll get the combat at some point. We'll get it. We'll get a handle on it. If you've played Baldur's Gate or any Infinity Engine games, you probably know better what's happening than I do. And if you've never played any of those games, you're probably with me going, wow, this is going to take some work. I love playing Dragon Age Origins in isometric mode, which is a little like this. A little like this. On PC, anyways. The console versions don't have the isometric. But I do like playing Dragon Age that way, so I have some idea of how to set up characters in an isometric RPG. But this will be different. Sturdy. What is sturdy? Where did it go? Property sturdy. Yes. What is that? Sturdy. Plus 30 defense against prone attacks and push attacks. Good God. Those sound very powerful. And what did we give? What did we give a deer? We gave him Constitution boots. Maybe he should have those instead. Right now he's wearing boots with +1, and they give him how many hit points? 414, 424. So nothing in the way of hit points. I think those stat bonuses should help more. Who gets the hit points? We'll take the hit points. 300 to, yeah, that's not a foot slot. 300 to 310. Cobblestones and bricks are bound to the rusted old cart by thick spider webs. By the way, just a little. I guess we're in combat. Ooh, what are those? We saw those at the beginning. Zorips. Zorips. We chose not to fight the one we saw. But a quick time check. We're at about 5¼ hours on the stream tonight, and we will wrap up at 6 hours, unless my voice cracks before then. So we got a little ways to go. I'd like to try and get control of this keep, whatever that requires, and maybe we'll call it then for the night. And then tomorrow we'll see how the voice is, and if we're going to continue Pillars, we will do that as long as there's a voice for it. Uh-oh. And Durance is on the front line now. That's bad. That's bad. And telling him to move will probably just hurt. Tell you what, scratch that. Durance, just throw up the Radiance. Okay, and they're chasing him. They're chasing him. So let's have everybody over here who's flanking this Zorip move in. Is that just a deer? Yeah, he can stay on that one. A deer and my wolf can stay on that one. Yeah, Durance, don't just stand there with your back turned. All right. And a key. We picked up a key. What was the key? Heavy iron key. This heavy iron key has an Adiran stamp upon its handle. The handle is coated with a rough layer of rust. Okay, don't know. Key for something. And what is with that door? A shimmering wall of energy extends across this doorway like a curtain. It repels forward movement with unnatural force. Then we won't be going that way.
Light, flame, and sound.
Let's do a little proper scouting of this next room. So we've got some spiders, some spear spiders, some spiderlings. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, scheisse. Okay. Well, there you go. Scouting fail. Scouting fail. Can we get a little... there we go. Scouting fail. Think I can get back before I get slaughtered? Think I can get back? I don't. Let's, And what is this over here? A stone beetle. We haven't fought one of those yet. A wood beetle, a stone beetle, 2 spear spiders. This could go very poorly. I'll tell you what. Cancel movement. Let's see if I can possibly get back to my group without getting webbed or I don't know what. So far, so good. So far, so good. I should have had him move up into a choke point. That would have been better. So how about everybody on the spear, except the ranger will take a back position, and if we're really lucky, Durance can even land a stun. Hey, wow. We might have a choke point. We might have an actual choke point here. Okay, everybody on the wood beetle. That spear dropped in 2 hits. My deer must have gotten a crit, or someone. Look at him trying on the wood beetle. He can barely scratch it. Come on, can't you hurt him? Oh, God. What's that wood beetle made out of? Alright. And this spear is somehow taking splash damage, but Idir is not in good shape. Idir is not in good shape. That Holy Radiance might catch him. My wolf is down too, so I've got... oh, no, my wolf is almost... There it is. Bonded Grief. Yeah, Bonded Grief. My wolf is down. So his health is in bad shape, but his endurance got a nice boost from that spell. We do have potions. I'm not sure we've used any. We probably can't transfer that in the middle of combat, so.
Let's go.
All right, I forgot about Kana. He's up to 3 phrases. So let's have him summon something. He can summon 3 skeletons. Or the thunder rolled like waves on black seas. It creates a thunderous explosion. Let's try that. No, never mind. It's a cone. It's a cone. Let's not try that. Let's change our mind and summon the skeletons. Did we get that? Are we on the right one? Yes.
Following your lead.
Okay, summon away. Nice. So now we got 3 skellies. And it's a good thing too, because Idir is about to drop, like really drop. Hopefully not die. I don't know how that works. And if he dies, I think he's gone. But hopefully he'll end cap before that happens. Doesn't look good though. And we don't have another aura. Let's try another stun. Wow, that endurance did help. Somehow he got some endurance back. And there it goes again. Come on. So are skeletons gone? Maybe they were defeated very quickly. Come on. Back to the wheel with that one.
Perhaps a little rest.
It got through. It got through. Come on, everyone. Alright. Alright, well, that was messy, but we survived. Probably could have set that up better. Made better use of that choke point. But hey, we lived. We lived. Except, is Idir actually alive? Oh, God. That doesn't look good. 1 and 1. I don't think you can get more dead than that without being dead. Without being completely dead. So do we rest? Do we rest up or keep him in the back? Oh, no, no, not in the front. Dear God, no. Not you. Not in the front.
Yeah?
Yes. Just you. Just you.
On your word. I'll give it a try.
Where are you going? Why are you going that way? No. Come on this way. What are you doing? Had an interesting choice of pathing. I guess we can go around to the other side. Or he thinks we can. Come on, Kana.
I'll give it a try, at least.
So no lockpicks needed. If he's got enough mechanics, no lockpicks needed. No, come on, get out of there. Well, that was lucky. Let's bring everybody up near the door. Except I'll tell you what, Adir's gonna get a free ride here. Let's pull him out. Just pull him out for now. See if we can kill these without Adir. Maybe. Let's save. If this goes very badly, we'll...
Yeah?
If we die, we'll rest before coming in here. So, what is that? Wood, and wood. Wood beetles everywhere. This is a terrible idea, isn't it? We're going without our fighter. This is a terrible idea. Let's mark a target. What did we figure out? This was a cone? No, not a cone. Let's just let's blind a second target. Maybe keep him from doing extra damage. Kana's going to do his chant. This is not going to go well. I don't think this will go well at all. Kana's going to be dead in 2 seconds. He's carrying a gun and he's in melee range. He does have a weapon. He does have a sword. But.
Take him down.
He's about dead. He's about dead.
Let's go.
Who's tanking? My wolf. My wolf is tanking. Is no longer tanking. Who's next? Apparently it's me. I'm the next tank to be shredded. Can we focus? Team, focus. Team, focus. Once per rest. Let's try our special heal here. What do you have? Do you have a cone of fire? Now here's the problem. This is not foe AoE. I'm pretty sure this will burn a companion. We'll chalk this up to learning, though. We're going to try some things. Oh, and of course the priest does have more spells. I completely forgot about other priest spells. And they'll be helpful. Restore light endurance. Well, geez, I forgot about that important spell too. Straight up heal. Straight up heal. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Too late. Heal did not come in time. Flames work nicely. Flames work nicely. Are we gonna live through this? Maybe.
I fear we've lost the angry one.
All that's left is Aloth, right? And and Adir in the back row who's gonna die if he takes a hit. Okay, let's go for more flames. More flames on the wood beetle. Yeah. Roast him. Roast him. Beautiful. And even Adir, get in on the action. Except he's at a choke point. Adir with 1 hit point is the last one standing. So he's got 1 chance to take out a wood beetle. We'll go with a knockdown. Yes! He will live. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, no! And there it is. And there it is. All right. So we're gonna rest and do that same fight with Adir. With Adir. I suppose we will, and hopefully we'll get some more camping supplies very soon. Because we need them. So Adir should be at the front of our formation. Yes, yes. Alright. Formation looks fine if we can just stay in it. But every time we... How? Why is Aloth in the front? Did I miss something here? He's in the back. It should be Wolf, me, and Aloth. And he keeps going to the front. And he keeps going to the front. Let's, come on. Check your head, guy. He's still doing it. Look at that. He's taking up... Apparently our formations are just broken right now. Let's try that again. Ah, there we go. There we go. So that must have been a bug. We've apparently been out of formation for a while, even though we were in the formation we wanted. That might make a lot of difference. That might make a whole lot of difference. Alright, in we go with the tank. Durance is in the front. Durance is somehow in the front now. Perfect. Maybe we should just go single file. We should just walk single file everywhere, huh? Safer. Can we get our fighter actually in the door? You're kidding me. He's the only one who's supposed to be in front. Come on, get out of there. There you go. There you go. Look at the wolf tweaking out on the door.
Got him!
Choke point's good, choke point's bad. What are you gonna do? What's this beetle doing?
Not to alarm you, but I'm...
You're not getting through me. Not to alarm you.
Except they are getting through you. They are getting through you. Cast on him, please. Heal him up. We'll start using our heals. Yes, we will start using our heals. Much cleaner. Much cleaner. Now we better start using those heals all the time. I guess Durance is going to be a permanent addition to the party unless we get a different priest. Adra.
Keeping an eye out.
I still think he sounds like Troy Baker. It's not, but I think he sounds like it. Okay. Well, let's bring up the party. Hopefully in formation. Part of the problem with formations is that they actually need to be rotated. Let me see if I can... No, that's not what I meant. Is it here? There's a way to... There we go. This way. So this is our... It feels really strange with the mouse, but you can take your formation and decide how you actually want it stacked. Oh, no! Bad call, bad call. Come on, let's just go in here. Humanoids in that other room.
Yeah?
Now these priest spells are per rest. So these heals are not going to go that far. We only have a few, and then we'll need to rest before we can even heal again. And once again, Adir and the wolf are left with the real mobs. And dead. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. How? The timing of the heal brought him back up, I guess. He's gonna need another one.
Take him down!
Okay, endurance. Let's, what about those potions? Let's give Adir these potions and put them on his quick item slot. Oh, that's not his. That is not his quick item slot. So how does that work? Now, if we select Adir, we've got a potion on there. Regen potion. That'll help.
Sure.
Looter. Looter. Gold Pact Knight Looter. Let's have Adir go right in with a knockdown on the knight. And let's go ahead and mark the knight. And I thought that spell was targeting an enemy. Apparently it was just targeting the ground, so we completely missed. We might have dazed one looter. Maybe one. Looks like Durance got nuked. Looter knocked out Durance. Crippling strike hits Durance, hobbled for 8 seconds, and just straight up knocked out. There goes our healer. This is not good. Adir's just gonna be chewed to pieces. And we don't have a healer. Oh, although we did just about chop the head off that looter, so maybe, should we flank the ads first? Alright, Adir, quaff a potion. If he can. That potion didn't look like it helped too much. Clear the looter. Adir, knock down the knight. Everybody else, deal with the looter. Come on, knock him down. Adir, thank you. Now, while he's down, everybody on the looter. Quick. Somebody healed the looter. Or he took a potion. Very bad, very bad. It's not working. It's not working. Knock down the knight again. Change of plans. Go ahead and throw some missiles at the knight. And how about that thunder spell was a cone, wasn't it? Let's bring out the skeletons. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Did we get skellies? Yes, come on. Skellies, attack. Alright. We've still got a looter up here, too, but... I'm not using that other potion. Come on, how tough is the looter, really? Really? Jesus. Come on. Tougher than the knight, apparently. But not that one. Oh, the skeletons. That was the skeletons. Ouch. Ouch, I say, ouch. So what was in here anyways? Well, okay. What's left in these dungeons? We've actually cleared a fair amount. There might be a room down here. Maybe it goes off, but somehow we're going to need to get through here, right? Somehow.
Nice and quiet.
Yeah?
Kate, turn around. Thank you. Weathered and covered with a dull patina, this elaborately carved pillar appears far older than the surrounding structure. Hey. Well, lucky us, we only got the spinner. I take that back. It does seem like we might have missed one over there, if we're lucky enough. It's probably best that Adir is not with us, since he's almost dead. My wolf immediately gets beat. Gets beat quite badly.
Yeah.
I think we're lucky we didn't have to take the big guy at the same time. Mark. Knockdown. Days. Oh, shit! Ha! Oh, man. Spider Queen. Nice. Didn't see. How do you think this is gonna go? Alright. Spider Queen. What do we have here? Divine Terror. Barbs of Condemnation. Halt. Single enemy to halt. Temporarily cease all movement. Well, that sounds good. Let's see if you can halt the Spider Queen. While we, God, I thought we were gonna have trouble with the spear. Okay. I don't know if halt worked, but we apparently nuked that guy. Spiderling, quick. Everybody, Spiderling, quick. The queen is going for a who? Is the queen going for me? Shiza. Alright. I can't mark it. What do we have? Magic missiles. Knockdown. Blessing. Let's bless the party. Kana is not ready for a spell yet.
Lava will be on sick.
God, look at that thing. Oh, what an area attack. Ow! He's down. Where is Aloth standing? Right there? Okay. Spiders, fire, cone. Hopefully not going to hit our party. And does Durance have anything useful left? Oh, he does have Restore Light Endurance, so let's do that. And Kana's actually ready to... Where is he standing? Foe AoE. Okay, that might work. Looks like it'll just hit the target. Here we go.
Huh? This thing isn't doing the job.
Nice! Smoked the queen. Hey, that worked. That worked. Just a teeny bit of tactics. It worked. And what is this? No pop-up. No tooltip. We have looted something. We have looted a sword. Oh man, I didn't think we were going to live through that. Oidrecht. It is a 12 to 17 Pierce Stiletto. Stiletto, unique stiletto. Nice. Is that a dagger? I suppose it is. Cool. Well, I don't know who's going to get that. We'll just keep that handy until we decide who's going to get that. Who's using daggers? No one as a primary. Oh, Kana. We messed up. We took Kana back. We put Kana on his sword. We want him on his gun. So he stays back a little more, if possible. Okay.
As you say.
No, how about everybody? How about everybody? Or maybe I'll just sneak in.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
What is this? What in the world is this?
Keeping quiet.
Well, we found a way out. I'll take it. It was getting a little stressful in there. So what did we just find? We just found another way out. But we didn't really accomplish anything. Find Merewald inside the keep, somewhere below. So we haven't found Merewald. We didn't really accomplish anything. Night, Lamia. Thank you for hanging out. I'm about done too. In fact, I think since we just got out of the dungeon, we're just short of a 6-hour stream here. I think we should wrap up. I think we'll wrap up here. I'm going to wander around Caer Nua for a little bit. But enjoy your day. Enjoy the shining sun. I will see you later. Be well. Be well. We don't have much here in Caer Nua yet, and we need to rest, and we're down to just one camping supply. So I think what we're actually going to do instead is go back to the Gilded Vale, back to the tavern, buy some supplies, and maybe call it a night there. So let's head out to the exit. Hope everyone enjoyed the start to Pillars of Eternity. Again, as long as the voice holds up, we'll do another night tomorrow, and then Last of Us. We'll switch games and come back to this, either for the weekend or at the beginning of next week. But I'm enjoying this quite a bit.
I don't suppose we could rest a spell.
That's the plan, guy. That is the plan, to rest. Audio's doing some strange things too, so I guess that's a good time to call it. Yeah, I think it'll turn into a really good game. And if we don't rush it too much, if we just kind of enjoy a night here and a night there, and we build our characters up and learn to play, learn to get good, we will have quite a time of it. So let's buy some supplies. Camping supplies. We can only hold 4, so let's buy 3. What do we have that we can sell? Some armor. An ugly padded cap. We'll keep some helmets for now. Cool, at least we got that on the cheap. Let's rest in the common room. That looks better. Got to be close to some levels, too. So I think we'll wrap it up here in the tavern for the night. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. Thanks for watching. I'm going to go not speak for a while. I'm going to go not speak. I bid you all a good night. A good night. I'll see you on the flip side.